All right. I'm going to call us to order right at 5:30. Well done, everyone. So in attendance, we are meeting on Microsoft Teams. Today, we do have regrets from student trustee McCowie. We wish him a Eid Mubarak, of course. And we have regrets from trustee Olmsted. She may join us later, but for this portion of the evening, we do have regrets from her. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to approve tonight's public meeting agenda. Trustee Leclerc and seconded by Trustee Sartori. Thank you so much. Any discussion on approval of the agenda for public session tonight? Seeing and hearing none, anyone in opposition to approval of that agenda we have for public session tonight? Fantastic. Looking for a mover and a seconder to move us into private session. Trustee Cook, seconded by, I see Trustee Sartori's hand. Thank you very much. Anyone in opposition? Awesome. We'll see you in private session. And just for anybody watching, we'll be back here to convene Education Committee at 7 p.m. I'll see you guys over in private session. Thanks.
County District School Board. I'm the vice chair of this committee. I'm standing in tonight for Trustee Amy Olmsted. Before we call to order, I'd like to give the land acknowledgement for our board. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, and the Huron-Wendat people. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And before I call it to order, just another brief acknowledgement. This week, May 2nd to 6th, is Education Week. We all know how critical it is to ensure every student has the opportunity to learn to their full potential. And as this is also Staff Appreciation Week, we want to say thank you to all the staff and education workers who dedicate themselves to this goal every day. This year's theme in Ontario is moving forward. And on that, I will call this meeting to order and thank Trustee Alicia Higgison for acting as vice chair in this capacity. Should I have to vacate the chair or whatever? Alicia, thank you very much for monitoring the chat and keeping me on the straight and narrow. I would like to also note the attendance for this evening. We have regrets from Trustee Olmsted. She may appear, but right now we have regrets from her and as well as student trustee McCowie. You may see my camera go on and off intermittently. That's because sometimes my internet is a little unstable to do all the mic, the camera, and everything else. So I'm still going to be here, but that might be intermittent. I just want to let you know that. So we're at item C, the approval of the agenda. Please note, colleagues, that there is an addition for under H. H1 will be a delegation. Ms. Patricia Poco-Christian will be presenting. She'll have 10 minutes there. And so with that, I look for a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment at H1.
Trustee, we have Trustee Burgess, we have a mover and Trustee Leclerc and a seconder and Trustee Cook.
Well, thank you very much for that. Is there any discussion about the agenda? Any amendments? Okay. I'm going to ask for those who are opposed. It's easier. Okay, I'm going to assume support. Ask for any opposed to the agenda as amended.
Nothing in the chat.
I don't see any. Yep, I don't see any or hear any. So I'm going to say that this agenda is approved with the item H1 added. At this time, are there any declarations of conflict of interest for this committee? With the items that we have on the agenda, any declarations of conflict of interest at all? Don't see any or hear any either, so we'll move on to item E, and that's the approval of the minutes. You'll find them on page 1 to 3 in our agenda package for those who are following. These are the minutes of the Education Committee meeting from the 5th of April.
Trustee Burgess, yep. It looks like they have been, I'm not sure if moved by Trustee Hatfield and supported by Trustee Cook, but Trustee Simcoe Hatfield has her hand up, but I'm assuming that is support.
I will take Hatfield to move, and who to support?
Trustee Cook.
Trustee Cook. Thank you. Approval of the minutes are on the table. Supported. Correct. Oh, okay. We'll take a vote. Any opposed to the adoption of the minutes as is? Okay, let's note that they've been approved and adopted. Thanks very much. Item F, business arising from the minutes. Colleagues, any business arising from the minutes that you have? Any questions?
Nothing in the chat.
I'm going to assume that there's no business arising, and we'll move on to G, presentations. First presentation, Superintendent Querbach is going to guide us through student mental health update. Thanks very much, Superintendent.
And thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll just bear with me for a minute, I'm going to share my screen. So tonight, I'm just going to be working through an update on some of the work that we're doing here at the board in supporting student mental health. And I always, when I talk about student mental health, like to start first around the importance of self-care. This is messaging that we have been very consistent with our staff, with our supervisors, administration, support and teaching staff at our school level, and also with parents and the community around the importance of self-care. And that when we take care of ourselves, we're better able to take care of our children and our students. And so I just ask those of you on the meeting tonight to just think and reflect on, how is that true for you? And how does your own commitment to self-care support you and your students or your children at home? This is another slide that I always include when I talk about student mental health. And for me, I just find it a very grounding sentiment. What is it that we do every day as a school system? What do we ask of our frontline staff who are working directly with students in terms of creating environments where students can thrive and flourish? What does a mentally healthy classroom and school look like? And I think it's important to always come back to the importance of a welcoming, safe, inclusive environment where students feel safe to take risks. When we have caring adults who connect with students and notice when something might be wrong, people who listen, people who instill hope, inspire, and engage students on a daily basis. So I don't think we can speak about student mental health unless we speak to those really important aspects of a mentally healthy classroom and school. And on the note of the role of school staff and student mental health, we know that our educators want to help. They want to create mentally healthy environments for students. They want to provide environments where students are ready to learn. So I'll be speaking tonight on a number of recent initiatives that are specifically designed to support staff in supporting student mental health in our classrooms and in our schools. And so much of that support, we look at a tiered intervention model when it comes to supporting student mental health. And the bulk of our work at the school system is at those tier one interventions, inclusion, welcoming environments, understanding our students and knowing them, partnering with the community and with caregivers and parents, and integrating mental health learning and mental health techniques and strategies into our everyday teaching and delivery of curriculum. When we get to the second and third tier of this intervention model, we know that some students need more preventative strategies, more support, more bolstering to build skills and resiliency. And then in fewer cases, we need to intervene at a more significant level in terms of providing mental health supports, connecting with community agencies that provide mental health support. And Cherise Pauly, our supervisor of social work and mental health lead for the board, is also on this call and can speak to some of those additional supports as we work through the presentation. This is a really important concept for me, the notion of every interaction as an intervention, and the importance of relationship building and how staff support mentally healthy schools and support student well-being simply through working in their life space. So I really like to sort of highlight this sentiment around interaction being intervention when we talk about supporting student mental health in our system, in our schools, and in our classrooms. I think it's important also to acknowledge that there's a very clear intersection between equity, mental health, and well-being. We recognize the importance of supporting underserved communities and recognizing that we have a specific responsibility to promoting safe, inclusive, welcoming, mentally healthy spaces for students who have been, who are often underserved in our system. So I always sort of like to acknowledge that as well. That this is a priority for us as a system. So I'm going to highlight 4 kind of new initiatives that we've been working on or in the process of working on. So we had a committee that sort of started out as the mindfulness committee and sort of developed into really a well-being committee. And one of the really significant projects that they worked on and completed this year was a well-being resource hub for staff. And that's in our Brightspace learning module. So all staff have access to it. And it's a collection of resources, readily available classroom resources that teachers can access and implement to provide mental health support techniques and strategies right at the classroom level. We've also recently created a position called the Special Assignment Teacher for Student Wellbeing. And that is, her name is Jody Nolan. She joined us in that role at the, well, I guess about the 2nd week of April and has been in classrooms since about the 3rd week of April. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that exciting initiative and some of the work being done there. We know that in addition to the weeks that Trustee Burgess pointed out, it's also Mental Health Week from May 2nd to May 8th. So I want to talk a little bit about how we're supporting Mental Health Week. And I don't really have an update on the Wellbeing Student Survey, except to tell you that it's in the works and we will be sending that out for students from grade 4 to 12 during the month of May. And we did, as a system, do a Wellbeing Survey last year. So we're going to ask...
Is now joining.
We're going to be asking some of the same questions and perhaps adding some additional questions, but that'll provide us an opportunity to do some comparative analysis of how students are reporting or what they're reporting about their well-being from last year at this time to this year. So that will be coming. So the Brightspace Resource Hub for staff, and I'm going to try to link to it just so I can show you what it looks like. So bear with me because this may pop up in a different window. But I will drag it over so that you can see it. So this is a space that teachers can go to, and it's got a number of different categories of resources: social emotional learning, mindfulness, mental health resources, specific lessons. And so when they click on the different areas, then they have a variety of things that they can access: mindfulness mentor texts, mental health resources connected to the health and physical education curriculum. We've got grade level lessons here, both from the health and physical education curriculum, as well as from School Mental Health Ontario. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but just wanted to give you a kind of sense of how much work has gone into this. And we had a committee of people who helped, and you can see the committee there. Charisse is in this meeting. A couple of principals, Rob Romano and Terry Barrett, Andrea Lewis-Longmere, Sarah Jackman from the program department, and then a couple of teachers, Alan Affleck and Matthew Balmer. So thanks to them for their work on this. This has been a real appreciated resource by teachers and just a kind of one-stop shop if they're looking for resources to support student mental health. As I mentioned, the new position, Jody Nolan, our special assignment teacher for student well-being. So Jody has been busy going into classrooms across the system from grades K to 12 and doing breathing activities, mindfulness activities, gratitude practice, sending kind thoughts, just a lot of work directly with students, and also helping to build staff capacity for how to do some of this work in the classroom. She's also very adept at connecting it to curriculum. So she's done work connecting it to physical education curriculum, math curriculum, as well as learning skills and all kinds of connections to the work that we're doing anyway. So this has been very well received, and Jody has spent, I've got some statistics just coming up, but she spent a lot of time in classrooms already in a short period of time. And we've had a lot of positive feedback about the role and the support that teachers are getting in implementing mental health learning into their classrooms. So since April 19th, Jody's been in 20 different classrooms. She's taught well-being and mental health lessons to about 460 students. She's provided School Mental Health Ontario resources to about 25 educators. She's been at our principals meeting already talking about her new role. And has also been invited to multiple staff meetings just to explain her role and encourage staff to have her come in and work with them. I can tell you that she's now almost booked until the end of June. So this has been a well-received initiative, and teachers have really, and students have really appreciated the work that she's been doing. This is just a picture from Kingsville Public School, students working on sending heartfelt and kind thoughts. And I've also got a photo here from Giles campus. And there's Jody working with classes again on sending heartfelt and kind thoughts. And you can see the simple strategy of just changing their physical location and letting them sit up on their desks there. And, you know, as a way to sort of be more mindful and present in the moment. So happy to see some of the work that Jody's doing there. Just some feedback from students so far, and there's been lots of it. So I picked a few, but you know, one student said, I think it helps me with my stress. Another student said, my favorite part was when we were breathing in and out and putting our back straight. I like being mindful. And another student said, I really liked it because I got to think about my family, the people I love most. Just a little bit of feedback from some of our teachers. I felt at peace and relaxed after the minute of deep breathing. I'll start applying this practice in my class more often. Thank you. My class loved it so much they wanted to practice mindful bodies and breathing at the end of the day again, so we did. Please send mindfulness videos and activities. So another thing that Jody's doing is she's sending a lot of resources out to teachers from School Mental Health Ontario, things that can build on, bolster, and follow up on some of the work that she's doing supporting teachers in classrooms. I wanted to highlight that it is Mental Health Week, a national awareness campaign, and we're obviously bringing together community schools and workplaces to promote mental health. One of the things we've done as a board is we've been sending out daily communications on social media and our website on activities that parents, families, and caregivers can do at home. We've also sent out resources to the system, simple things that can be done at the classroom level to help support student mental health. And these are some of the things that have gone out to the system, some lesson plans, working on how to get minds on for students, classroom ready resources, some direction around what to do if you notice a student struggling and where to provide or find additional support, how to talk about mental health, so important messages. And then as I opened with in this meeting, the importance of self-care. And that our own mental health matters, and it is the foundation of our ability to support students and children in their mental health. This is some of the stuff that's gone out to the public and to our community. So there's a great parents and family section at School Mental Health Ontario. I love this resource. It's 10 activities or 12 activities that parents can do at home. Just to support student mental health. So if I can get it to open, I'll show it to you, just so you get a sort of picture of some of the resources that they've created at School Mental Health Ontario, because they really are wonderful. So things like deep belly breathing, snowstorm in a bag, emotion charades, what's the temperature, so that sort of self-awareness of where you are from a social emotional standpoint, how to expressing gratitude, 4-finger phrases that are effective at helping to build resiliency, how to build a kindness jar. So there's 12 different ones. I won't go through all of them, but this is a resource we've made available to parents, simple things that families and caregivers can do at home to support student mental health outside of school. And so I thought, since it is Mental Health Week and we're all here in this space together, that we might do a little bit of our own gratitude practice. It won't take very long, but this is one of the things that we do with students. It's one of the things we've done with staff in meetings and in our system principal meetings. And we know from research that that practicing gratitude consistently helps us to find the silver lining in otherwise difficult circumstances. It helps us shift the balance of our emotions towards optimism. And we know that it can even decrease depressive symptoms when we practice it regularly. So as a conclusion, I would just like to say to the group and those of you joining us virtually, I guess we're all joining virtually tonight, but those in the public joining us tonight, to think about a person, place, or thing for which you are grateful, and maybe do some reflection tonight around what you can do to express gratitude for that person, place, or thing. So that is my mental health, student mental health update, but I am happy to take any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you for that. That was great. Are there any questions for the superintendent, or since Ms. Nolan is in attendance, and I think, did you say Ms. Polly as well?
Actually, Jody is not with us tonight, but
oh, I thought you
Polly is. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have been more clear.
Not at all. Are there any questions for the superintendent of this presentation?
I do see Trustee Hatfield has her hand up.
Trustee Hatfield, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Obviously very timely with it being the Mental Health Week, and I really appreciate knowing all the strategies and initiatives that are going on in our classrooms. I mean, it's no secret that Canadian families have experienced great trauma, difficulties, isolation, stress, unwanted changes over the past 2 years. It's been an emotional roller coaster for probably every human being on the planet. And I'm glad that we're taking steps to address it in our system. But I guess because mental health isn't something that everybody just stands up and shouts out loud to say, I need help. And so I wonder, how do we know that we're reaching the students that do need help? How do we know that they're not just burying their concerns, especially the younger children? I suppose they have some degree of resilience, but what might be the barriers to knowing whether or not we're being successful with our initiative, whether or not we need to do more.
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you, I'll start and then Ms. Polly is here and also speak to that. I think one of the things we've tried to do as a system is really be clear about what the role of education workers is in supporting student mental health, providing direction and resources around how to talk about mental health, and also doing that with other students. So one of the biggest priorities we've also didn't have it tonight because I highlighted it back in the fall, was the importance we're placing on mental health literacy, and School Mental Health Ontario has a whole range of lessons and resources that are designed to create a kind of common language around mental health. Obviously, there's the stigma of talking about mental health, but I think to your question, Trustee Hatfield, around how do we really know? I know we've had lots of feedback from students that have had some of these lessons already in our classes. We also have social workers assigned to each of our buildings, and we know that that they are busy supporting students, supporting families, helping to connect them to community agencies. But that is a big question. So I hope that we'll get some valuable information from the well-being survey that we're going to conduct in the next couple of weeks. But it is something we'll continue to work on in terms of the efficacy of the strategies that we're trying to implement. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Polly to see if she has anything else to add.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, it really is. The concern is that you're right. There's a lot of students that are not, and it's always been the case. There's always going to be students that don't show any concerns, but they're keeping it internalized, and so they're keeping it within themselves of how they're feeling. But the greatest good, and that's why we really were very happy to have the teacher come in, because going at a tier level 1, and she has noticed this by going to some of the classrooms and doing this, some silence. And so, there is kids that become emotional. And so when they become emotional, the teacher's able to circle back and go and say, hey, what's going on? Is there something we can do to help? And they were saying that these are students that we normally might not, we would never know that these students were struggling. So again, I think when you're allowed to have that, it's fine. Oh, okay. That sense of slowing things down. Sometimes it's really overwhelming for certainly for many of us. And we know certainly through the Ontario Parent Survey that was conducted with McMaster and Orford, that parents have really been struggling as well. So when our parents are struggling, I know that our social workers are very busy, not only with the students, but with again, unfortunately, that all of us, our mental health has certainly gone from the continuum. A lot of us have, and the parents have reported that their concentration, their lack of motivation, and certainly their sleep is a huge thing, continues. And, that's been always something that I've been concerned about, is sleep. But our parents have really struggled as well. And so that's sort of like, the kids are sponges. So if we can have more of that work done at the classroom level and slowing things down, I think that's where we're going to see students being able to talk about maybe some of their situations, and maybe they will open up. Unfortunately, we do have, the referrals have certainly come in. Unfortunately, there's wait lists in the community, which worries me. And I can't say enough. I'm a big advocate for mental health and working in our partnership with our community partners. There's never enough funding, I say, for mental health. Certainly there has been an increase. So I'm happy for that for our school boards across the province. But again, we're seeing a lot more kids with anxiety, depression, right from adolescence, right to, and elementary as well. And then trauma certainly, we've witnessed, there's certainly students have seen quite a bit. Unfortunately, there's been being at home. Sometimes things have not gone well. There's been a lot of family conflict. And so there's that's occurred too. And so it's a lot. And I just, it's going to take a while for us to, really support the families. And we have to do that all together again, at every level, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And so anyways, we're trying to get to as many as we can, and just letting them know that there's resources out there as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate everything that you've said. And it is a huge undertaking. And I don't know that the situation will ever be ideal, because we've never had enough resources, and there's always been waiting lists for services, which is very sad. But I know that everyone's trying to do their best. So I guess I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the response. No supplemental to that at all? You're done, Trustee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Trustee Cook and then Trustee Ching. Is that who I have in order?
Indeed.
I think. Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Cook, questions?
Thank you, Chair Burgess. I just wanted to say thank you, because there is such a need in the community. There has been such a change in the last couple of years, and everybody knows that. But the need has exceeded what is available. And that's what we're really worries me and concerns me. Everybody knows, what my day job is. Have 2 day jobs now, but the need is just unbelievable. And I'm glad to hear that the parents are also involved, because the parents need to be aware and to recognize some of the symptoms that kids might be displaying at home. Some of the kids that I have seen have never ever struggled before, but are struggling now because of the last 2 years. And honestly, they don't know how to get out of it. And it's a big worry of mine. So I just want to applaud you for what you guys are doing. It's awesome. And the fact that parents are involved is so crucial to this, to the program being successful and for change to occur for a lot of these kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Trustee Cook, not everybody may know your day job. So if you want to share that with the public, that'll put your endorsement in context.
I work at Regional Children's Center during the day, but I also have a private practice too. So I see it every day, 7 days a week.
So thank you for that.
Can I just comment on that? Because
Sure.
I completely agree with Kathy. The thing is, the wait lists. We're hearing that, we have parents that want to go and have private counseling or outside, and the wait lists are tremendous, even for private counseling right now. And so that becomes a real struggle. And the thing is, certainly students are being prioritized in our community. Certainly the students that are most at risk for self-harm or to others are certainly being prioritized. And we provide brief services at the school level, but we are having to bridge the gap longer, and students are being seen because, again, it's that fine line of being able to, there is people that, again, students need to be seen, and we have that relationship, and they're in the schools. So I do worry, certainly. And again, I can't say enough about having more funding within the community as well. It's really important in our relationship to be able to pass on that tier 3, as we say, the most immediate, that they really need intensive services.
Thanks very much. As a body, we do have political advocacy as well. So I take your comments and notice that a writ was dropped today, and that it's fair game to ask every potential candidate who's running for a provincial office where they see supports for mental health. So, because I heard the word worry, I think, I don't know, maybe a dozen times between the 3 speakers. So thanks. Trustee Chin, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate all our school board has done to help the kids to protect their mental health. And I think they have good methodology and strategy to do that. Well, I want to make more suggestion is that I think the most important for mental health of the kids is to recognize their needs. For example, if they feel hurt by something, or if they, they want to express something, or they feel ignored. And sometimes these kind of needs are not recognized by the teachers. And the parents also have a lot of concerns, but there is no efficient communication between the parents and the teachers. And for example, just days ago, I heard from a parent whose kids is from another country, and his English is not good. And when he came here, he is struggling, adapt to the circumstances here. And he felt some kind of discrimination, and he kind of use his own way to fight back. But he got a lot of penalty. So his parents really, complained. He said, why I'm coming here to, it's no use to come here to hurt my kid. So I feel that the teacher is out of good, out of good willingness to discipline the kids, but there is a gap that she does not know what happened with the kids, how he feel. So I think we may try to find a way to improve the communication regarding the mental health issue. Like we can, prepare the card, like kindness card for every day for the parents and the teacher to get communicate and regarding the mental health, ask a few questions like, how do you feel? Is there any concerns like this? And which can help the teachers to figure out which student need more attention and what problem they have. And also from the school level, we may, appoint mental health ambassadors, kind of like this, that there is a person to collect this kind of, complaint or concerns to make sure all the issues can be heard and resolved. So I feel that it's good that we, remind them every day that we should appreciate, we should help others, we should take care of others. And at the meantime, we should do such kind of a small minor, methods to help to collect their needs and to see how they feel. So I hope we can do something like this to better the communication and to help those kids who does not really have mental health issue, but might feel something wrong, and correct them in time so they may feel, better in the future, more encouragement, less penalty. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a couple of questions, I guess, in that anybody want to tackle that? I think what I heard was how to support the maybe a vulnerable student who has English as a second language, perhaps, or is experiencing some sort of hurt going into this, and if they're helping the teacher recognize that. Does somebody want to take a crack at that?
So I'm happy to try to start. Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. Much of the work that we've done with the support of School Mental Health Ontario, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, is to create those welcoming, inclusive spaces where all students feel valued. I recognize that this is always a work in progress. We have provided resources and now direct teacher support for those daily strategies that can help both staff and students manage just the day-to-day mental health challenges, but also to better recognize when something's wrong. So certainly those things are in the works. We'll continue to bolster that, and I do appreciate the feedback, and it's certainly something that we value. I don't know, Ms. Polly, if you want to add anything to that answer, but.
Yeah, I think, again, if it's brought to, again, I guess at our social work level, certainly we do have interpreters that can be, because I heard there was a bit of a language barrier. So certainly we do bring in the interpreters into those sessions. But ultimately, and I kind of spoke a little bit about it, but maybe not so much in this situation. Sometimes, again, it's a confidential. Again, we're bound by our college standards. So again, in any information that is shared with a student, we're not allowed to, again, without the permission of the student, especially depending on age and depending, again, risk level of safety, we cannot go without their permission. And that sort of times is a balance. So, we try to encourage that. But sometimes, the students sometimes worry about, for quite honestly, today, on several occasions today, I've heard students, they worry about their parents' mental health. They don't want to have their mental health impact their parents' mental health. So they don't want to do something to make their parents' mental health worse. And so it becomes a bit of a thing that, again, it takes a lot longer. It's not so simple anymore. I guess that's what I'm going at. These conversations, we just can't go straight, because at the end of the day, if they don't trust us and we're breaching confidentiality, well, we're not going to breach confidentiality, but at the end of the day, they have to trust that what they're saying but we're always, that's that fine dance. And certainly if a student is experiencing anything of, that, any harm or anything, that I'm hoping that they would share that with us, and that we would bring that forward to the administrators or whoever at that they feel that we should be sharing that.
Thanks. And in context, we're not talking about any specific case. We're talking about, generally, and of course, confidentiality wouldn't be breached. So can I assume that if anybody is aware of, a hidden or, something that's percolating, they should bring it forward to not only the homeroom teacher, but perhaps administration in the building, just to make sure to check it out and to make sure that they're on deck should further supports be required. I think that's
Absolutely.
kind of what I heard.
Thank you, Trustee Burge, for the question. Absolutely, and we have lots of different mechanisms and very creative and compassionate people who will collaborate and take a sort of community response to how to best serve students in those situations. But that is absolutely the best first step.
Okay, job's not getting easier. Trustee Hickison, I think is the next speaker. Thanks. Have any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for that presentation and for the continued work that you do. I'm sure that with all the care we show to our students, I hope that your teams are also taking care of yourself. It's quite a thing to deal with that all day and carry that on your hearts as you go home as well. My question actually flows a little from the last question that was asked, and I know that in these last 2 years we've seen some very acute responses, traumatic responses to what's been happening, and I'm wondering, from some of those resources that you showed in the slideshow from School Mental Health Ontario, whether as a parent, if I am experiencing or wondering, or a guardian of some kind, or if I have a child that I am familiar with, if I'm wondering about the complexity of multiple layers of trauma that my child may be experiencing, there may be some long-term mental health issues that are now compacted and compounded by the pandemic, or by returning to school if they're coming from an online environment back into school. But those layered, very complex issues that may not necessarily be solved by one preventative measure of deep breathing or something like that, where they're sort of layered. What is the direction that we're hoping parents will look for? Is there a resource that, if I'm laying in bed awake at midnight worrying about my kid, and where do I start? And where, if I can't get a hold of the school until the next morning, but I'm worried about it, is there some resource that we can kind of hope that parents will start there first, and then the layers from there will be supported by your teams?
So I'll start, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Polly. Certainly, and I know you're referencing Trustee Higgison, and thank you for the question. At home, not till the next school day, one of the things that parents can always do is connect with the school and ask to connect with the school social worker. We have social workers assigned to all of our schools, and they can certainly be a support in providing resources for students. Again, School Mental Health Ontario is a wonderful resource, but it is a bit of a overwhelming task to navigate the website. Although we've been told that they're redesigning it and redeveloping it. So there are lots of things there in terms of strategies that parents can use at home. There's an entire section for parents and families, so that's a wonderful resource as well. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Polly to see.
Thank you. Certainly, there is one of the greatest resources I do like is anxietycanada.com. And so there's so many resources that are on there, because anxiety and depression are certainly the top two things that we're noticing with students. And so they have apps, Mind Shift app. Again, if they have a device, they can certainly download that app. So again, and it's not even just for kids, it could be for adults. So again, that's a way of looking at change your type of thinking as well. So sort of some of the cognitive distortions you may have. There's Bounce Back There's a lot of online stuff now that's free, which is really good. Because as you're waiting, again, that would be, again, somebody 16 plus for that. But again, like Mr. Corbeck said, our social workers are there, certainly for consultations around different online resources. Kids Help Phone has a ton of stuff, and certainly on their website and their available service, so students can reach out to them on a variety of topics. Jack.org is another place. Be there. It's really helping, because what we know is, again, students are being surveyed through School Mental Health Ontario. The students are overwhelming, saying they want to learn more about mental health in school. That is overwhelming. They want to learn that from school. They want their teachers and parents and everybody else to know that. So again, I think the more that we can shift over all these resources that are out there, and again, there's a multitude. And again, there's some of it that's on our website, but again, our social workers do have a more lengthy list of what's out there. The thing is just being able to notice, and the one thing is students being back in school has been the best thing for students. That was the biggest thing, going out, in, out, that relationship for them. It's that milestone of all the things they missed. For them to be back in school is great, but they've missed a lot of that in-person, like that social skills stuff. So we have noticed a lot more, especially in our younger age group, that are struggling. There's been a bit of more behavior issues that have been occurring. And again, it's because they haven't been in that situation. If you think about all these babies that were born that they're, haven't been in a daycare or isolated, they're in a bubble, they haven't had those same types of skills that they would have normally developmentally developed. And so I know that this is going to be a challenge that we're going to be noticing for the next few years. So hopefully I'd answered that question.
And I'll just add, I see Trustee Cook has a question or comment, but our board website, and I know Ms. Polly alluded to it, but there are on the newly designed website, there's a section for student supports and family supports. And these are all community agencies that offer supports for a variety of age groups, a variety of different supports for mental health. So that's another really wonderful resource in terms of seeing what's available in the community to support student mental health and family mental health.
Thanks for that. And just as a follow-up, our families that are that identify as racialized or Indigenous, is there a way that they can sort of request someone from their culture or their identified group as a support, or is there is it more of a kind of a tiered process, and then we would provide supports from external agencies in that way?
Yeah. The thing is, depending on, again, we would support them within the school, and if they were wanting, there is services out in the community, but we would support them.
Thanks very much. Any supplemental, Trustee Higginson? Okay.
Nope.
I'm going to assume too that the resources that you alluded to, Kids Helpline, all of those things, they're on our website, or can we have them maybe captured in the minutes or something so that we note them somewhere? I didn't, obviously see them all on the presentation, but it's those resources, I think, that Trustee Higginson alluded to. You need somebody at midnight, it's those outside of school and those times where to get the direction so that you can sleep that night. So Trustee Cook, you have a question. Is there anybody with a question for clarification or otherwise, or discussion for the first time?
Yeah, Trustee Burgess, it's Alan.
Okay, Trustee Halberstadt, and then Trustee Cook, you're on deck, okay?
I've had the privilege the last couple of years to sit on the SAL committee, which I don't think a lot of people know about. Support alternative learning, and these two people here, Charisse and Sash, are the ones that are spearheading it. And I'm just wondering if briefly, I know that we've gone on quite long, but just to briefly, either one or both of them explain how this works, how SAL works.
With the liaison with staff, with
bringing kids back into school.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can start, Trustee Halberstadt, and then I'll let Ms. Polly follow up. So supervised alternative learning, there's a variety of reasons why families and students will opt for that. but really it is a program for students that, again, for a variety of reasons, need a temporary period outside of a typical school experience. And the goal is always to re-engage them to the community school. But it's an opportunity to earn credits, in many cases, access supports and work on mental health, and stay connected to their school community, so that we can re-engage them into learning in the community school when it's appropriate or they're ready to do that. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Polly if she wants to add anything else.
Thank you. Yes, certainly we do have on our committee as well is we do have a representative from Maryville, and we do rely certainly when students are struggling with their mental health and they're out of school, we do partner with them, and so they certainly do have some great programs there. They have outreach classroom as well as they have day treatment program, and so having them on the committee is really beneficial. So to be able to highlight sometimes again, we can only provide so much. Sometimes, again, mental health is so crucial that they get that because they're not going to be able to learn if they're not able to attend school. I think the one thing that has certainly the numbers have not increased for supervised alternative learning. I think because I think that has provided some students that have social anxiety, and we certainly have in the years previous, those students now would maybe possibly be doing virtual. And that could be at the end of the day. I'm always and being a social exposure therapy, so being in the classroom, even coming in one class and then gradually coming back to school, because eventually, you know, when you do graduate, typically you are going to be, I mean, we have gone virtual now for most part. Maybe they will get a job that is virtual, but typically you are having contact with people. So, but for some, it is the social anxiety is real for students and you know, teenagers. That's certainly when it starts to peak.
Yeah, it's an interesting time for South. In some cases, it's been a normalization of being at home and managing their social anxiety and still accumulating credits. So, yeah. Any supplemental question? Trustee Halverstadt?
No, just a comment. You know, when I was going to high school, they didn't have a SAL program, and you know, we sometimes throw our hands in the air and say, this is overwhelming. How can we reach all of these kids and these people? And these kind of programs are showing that we still care. We're not going to let them, you know, let them fall down, not have a chance to get back up. So I think it shows that, you know, the SAL program shows that the school boards, the boards, teachers, they all care.
Right. Good point. Well, supervised alternative learning, if you're wondering what SAL is, for anybody listening. Trustee Cook.
Thank you. Really quickly, I just want to say that, you know, just a few minutes ago, there was a question about trauma, complex trauma. So, I mean, the really important thing to do is to talk to the social worker and to get, you know, reach out to the social worker, especially anything around trauma. But I want to put out a huge shout out to Ms. Polly, who has put together an awesome social work team for our board. I have worked with many of the social workers that we have in our board, and they are just awesome social workers, and they're doing an amazing job, and so is Ms. Polly. And I just want to thank you for everything that you do and everything our social workers do, because not only are our students overwhelmed, our social workers are overwhelmed, and they're doing an awesome job. And I want to thank you because, like I said, I know many of those social workers have worked with them, and they are just amazing people. And so I thank you for everything that you have done.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. But I can't say enough about our team as well. But I think that our whole school and all our members, our staff, working together as a team is so important. And that's why I do really enjoy working at the board, because we're all interconnected, and it's the students and surrounding. And that's, you know, I think it's really wonderful that we're able to be in this setting and to be working collaboratively with everybody. And because everybody, I mean, the teachers have the eyes on the students and they know when things change, right? And so I think we're all working together, right from support staff, teachers, because I mean, it doesn't matter, secretaries, we're all there to support the students and in our community. So again, thank you very much for specifically pointing out the social work team.
Thank you. I agree with everything you said, so thank you.
Thanks, and I think that can come from all of us. That's much appreciated. Any other questions of this presentation? I have some very quick ones. I'm wondering if you showed some really great resources, particularly for parents and guardians. I think it was at that point. And I'm wondering, you said you gave them out to the public, and I'm wondering how that was, if they're translatable. I know that there are some cultural barriers in our community where, you know, despite every effort, and we've made great inroads about stigmatization, about, you know, admitting that, you know, mental wellness is sometimes compromised. Some communities, it's really hard to admit that. So are we reaching out, and how are we, and are things translated in any way?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So the School Mental Health Ontario resources are all available in English and French on the website. We have been sharing them via social media. We have a regular item on our website where we update mental health resources for students and families. I mentioned the Where to Get Help section on the website. So those are all avenues that we use to communicate to caregivers as well. When Ms. Nolan is now working in classes, she's always sends a letter home with students for follow-up resources for parents. We are in the process of getting some of those resources and working through our interpreters and translators to get some of those resources translated, so that when we go into specific school communities and we know that there are you know, large portions of the population that their primary language at home is not English, that we can again provide that support. So that is in the works. It's an important consideration. So thank you for the question.
Thanks very much. I think that was all. I'll leave it at that. And thank you very much for everything that you've done. We'll move on to our next presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So how appropriate that we would have the opportunity to present tonight during Mental Health Week. And very appreciative of the fact that we're also going to discuss the topic of staff mental health and have some information to share with you this evening. So last year, right around this time, we did a staff survey. It was completely voluntary. Next slide, please. And anonymous, and it was around staff and employee wellness, and went out to all of our employees. And the purpose of us sending out the survey was to try to gather information around how well our employee assistance programs, we do have two, both JEEP and LifeWorks, were being used within all of our employee groups. And if our staff were satisfied with the actual current wellness services that were being offered by the board. We received approximately 1,100 employee responses. And so that's roughly 20% of our entire employee population. The survey was conducted by a third-party provider so that all of our responses from everybody would remain anonymous. 80% of the respondents were from 5 of our employee groups, ETFO Teaching and OSSTF Teaching, OSSTF Educational Support Staff, our QP 1348 Secretarial Services employees, and then our ETFO Occasional Teacher Bargaining Unit. And so therefore, most of our survey responses came from elementary and secondary teachers, some from principals and vice principals, as well as our educational support staff. And then the remaining 20% of the respondents were from all of our other employee groups combined. We do know that a majority of the people who responded were female employees, and they have been employed by the board for more than 5 years. And of those, 50% of those females are responsible for the care of children of their own between the ages of 4 and 18 years old. Next slide, please. So some of the findings were that 60% of the respondents believe that their performance and their productivity has declined over the past months due to mental and physical health issues, which is not surprising. Considering that we've been in a pandemic, I would see that that would be an appropriate number of people. And additionally, almost close to 90% of the responding employees believe that working during a pandemic has definitely contributed to increased stress levels that they're experiencing. So we know right now that our employees, and for the last 2 years, have been dealing with so much. We see increase in workload, we see increase in our absenteeism, and we see the constant challenges of trying to navigate during a pandemic, both personally and in the professional lives. So some of the areas that came very clearly of what the staff are looking for was focused wellness initiatives around meditation, mindfulness, emotional intelligence, yoga, and I won't read through all of them, but this gave us a lot of input as to what our staff were looking for in terms of supporting themselves in their own mental health and well-being. And so we've taken some of that, and you'll see in a little bit some of the things that we've put in place. So one of the biggest findings was that we knew that we needed to establish an overall wellness strategy for our employees, and that we needed to do a review of both of our employee assistance program, both GEEPS and LifeWorks. So as a result of that, we also gathered other information from other school boards, and we have put in our operational plan for this year, as you know, for the 21-22 school year, that we will be developing an employee wellness strategy, and that we will be looking to review both of our employee assistance programs to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our employees. So through all of that work, we've created a partnership with SBCI, and it's the School Boards Cooperative, Inc., and that's to help us to assess the needs of our staff, to raise awareness around mental health issues, to help to reduce the stigma, and to provide training to stakeholders and implement strategies to build a culture of mental health and well-being within our organization. There's 52 school boards across the province that are a partner with SBCI, and most are working on exactly the same initiatives right now. So we're all working together to support our employees throughout different districts in the province. This is going to help us to support and create our wellness strategy. We've met with the consultant already, so we have a specific consultant coach aligned to our board, and we've met with them several times. We've shared a wealth of information with them, including the survey that we did with our staff. We do have a meeting again tomorrow, and then our next step from that, probably within the next week or so, is that we'll be developing a wellness committee, and we'll be sure that every single employee group is represented within that to help to provide us guidance to our consultant with SBCI. So they do have a mental health and resiliency program. Some boards have already started to implement it. It does have 3 pillars within the program that are foundational, and obviously the first one is around prevention. And it uses the psychological health and safety in the workplace, the CSA standards. And then there's the promotion, which was the training that I spoke about, and then workplace supports about how could we improve what we're currently doing to make it more usable for our employees. The next slide. So some of the supports that have already become very clear. We do have, you're well aware of our health and safety policies. Those all focus on physical health. We don't have anything that focuses on mental health and well-being. So that's something that we will be looking at to make sure that we have in place. And then a psychological health and safety administrative procedure. There is a survey, it's called Have Your Say. We'll be giving that to our staff probably twice a year for the next few years. And it will ask a variety of different questions around their mental health and well-being, around how well our programs are doing and how well they feel supported by the board. And then we'll also be looking to see, do we need to revise some of our existing policies and programs? We're undertaking currently a review of our attendance support program. So when employees have past 11 days of absenteeism, then they would fall into the attendance support program. It often is seen as punitive because it used to be called attendance management. It's not meant to be punitive. It's meant to be a support through our wellness officers and help our employees to get prior to the 11 days. What is it that they're experiencing? What can we put in place to help for them to be able to return to work quicker? And we do work very closely with our union partners in supporting the employees in a return to work. Some consideration was given, and Trustee Chin actually alluded to it a little bit, that some boards have implemented mental health first aid responders and providing training for that. So we do have health and safety trained individuals in every single one of our work sites. But that again is around physical, right? Is it around, requiring first aid because of a slip, trip, and fall? So we're looking to, should we be including a position around a mental health first aid within all of our work sites? And then there is a program, and it's called the Ripple Effect Program. 2 other boards are currently using it, and it's by George Wells, and it speaks specifically, Ms. Polly spoke about the importance of sleep, and it's around sleep, it's around diet, it's around integrating more mental health positive strategies into your life. And some of the boards that have been using it have already started to see some great results. We'll also be starting our disconnect from work procedure that needs to be implemented through the provincial legislation in June, and that I would assume would have an impact on people's mental health as well in supporting a work-life balance for people. Next slide. So with SBCI, there's 4 phases to the program. The first phase is the planning and strategy. That's where we're at this year. And then next is program design and development. And we're hopeful that we'll be finished phase 2 by the end of this school year, if not into the summer. And then by September of 22, we're looking to actually do the program implementation. And then throughout the course of 22-23 to monitor and evaluate the program to make any necessary changes for the 2023-24 school year. And then the final slide just shares some of the things that we've done in a response to the survey. So we've done through Jeep an Eat Less Sugar Challenge. We've done a 30-day virtual yoga challenge. We've done a walk across Canada, not physically walked across Canada, but measuring the steps to walk across Canada. And then we've done some workshops for both our elementary teachers as well as our occasional teachers on managing stress and anxiety. And then we've done virtual cooking classes together through a registered dietitian. We have upcoming blood pressure clinics for staff at various different locations. And then our Jeep coordinator sends out health and wellness bulletins. And there has been some dietitian consultations. And then oftentimes we do refer to healthcare professionals that are outside of our organization that can better support the needs of our employees. And a variety of those specifically fall under well-being services. And then, as you know, we have Fit Week coming up, which we're very excited about, and the importance of the mental health and physical activity for everybody throughout the system. So at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks. Any questions for Superintendent? I see Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Cook. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Superintendent Houston for the report. It's something that I've had an interest in probably before the pandemic, but certainly during the pandemic and the early stages where I expressed some concern about mental health of our staff. And so for me, this is now joining. This is a continuation of the efforts to give attention to that. And from the previous presentation, We have great strategies in place to deal with our students, but of course, if we don't pay attention to the staff as well, it's just a vicious circle. And so this is just a really, really important part of what we're doing as a school board. And I'm very impressed with the strategies that have been put forward tonight. And I guess my question is, because I want it to be very successful, do we actually have the resources? I don't know what it's costing us to be part of I forget the name of the group that you mentioned, but I don't know. I don't know what the, in terms of resources, if we're able to keep this up the way it needs to be.
Thank you very much for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. So the board has been a longstanding partner member with SBCI. However, to your point specifically, this specific program is an additional cost. We're thankful that both our superintendent of business and the director have found some money to help to offset the cost of that. There was also funding that did come from the ministry for both staff and student mental health funding. And Superintendent Korbach was kind enough to share some of that money with our department as well. So for this year, we do have the cost of it covered, and it automatically will carry over into next year because we're partway through the implementation of it. But I would anticipate that at some point we will be needing additional funding to be able to continue to do the work. We just don't know how much that is right now. And so next year, probably at budget consultation time, would need to be something that we'll need to be looking at including.
So supplementary to that, I would just like to ensure that that doesn't fall off the table in subsequent budgets. And later on tonight, we are looking at the public consultation on the budget. And there are many, many comments in there about the needs to address mental health and well-being of our staff. And so I hope that you're with us to keep it front and center at budget time. I would hate to see any strategies or initiatives in this regard fall off the table because of funding. And hopefully those who are responsible for our funding recognize the importance. And I don't know if anybody saw this, but in the Windsor Star today, there was a great comment piece from a professor of psychiatry at McGill, all about the time for change on employee mental health and how outdated policies and stigmas are holding people back when actually getting people back to work is the best thing you can do for their mental health, and helping to transition, where they may not be able to come back full time initially, but maybe there are other ways to get them back to work. And so I think that we are moving in a positive direction, and I hope that those initiatives keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great commentary. And you're right. I think it's a multi-year thing we're looking at, right? It's not just one and done. I want to also note the irony of the disconnect policy coming in and you talking about working over the summers to make sure that the implementation phase kicks in September. So physician, heal thyself.
It doesn't apply to me, Trustee Burgess.
I'm going to say that Trustee Cook, your hand went down because that was a kind of a vestigial hand there, and I'm going to go to Trustee Leclerc.
Old hand.
Right. Okay. So Trustee Leclerc, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I just wanted to start off by saying what beautiful and wonderful presentations we had this evening. What's truly important in this is we are kind of crossing a bridge into the understanding that, mental health, as painful as, regular health issues, or maybe even more so. And it's been a long time coming to actually come to that recognition. For many years, there's this stigmatization of saying that you suffered from anxiety or any other type of mental health disorder. So it was left hidden. And it's not just teachers, it's throughout all of our society, every occupation. And then, of course, the students as well. So I just want to say how wonderful it was to listen to the presentations, and I thank you both for making these presentations tonight. I do have one question, and I don't know if it was part of your survey, but I'm wondering if the question was asked, how safe would staff feel in reporting that they're having mental health issues, meaning like, is there still a fear of reprisals or stigmatization? And I'm wondering if that's something we can track as we move through this process over the next few years or ongoing.
Thank you for that question, and through you, Madam Chair. So there was one question specifically to, do you feel comfortable, and it was a ranking around reporting that you're dealing with potentially some mental health stressors. And a majority of the respondents did fortunately say that they did feel comfortable reporting it. But there was also a box where you could put some commentary should you choose to. And some people did say that they were fearful, as an example, that they may not be considered for promotion or a position of added responsibility if they did disclose. Even though the survey was anonymous and we would never know, people were still fearful of that. And I agree with you. We've done a great job in trying to reduce the stigma, but unfortunately it's still out there. So we will be doing another survey through SBCI, and we can ask more pointed questions. The goal for them is always to measure, has there been progress? Are you returning people to work earlier? Are people less fearful of reporting? Are people seeking, additional help and support? So that we can measure and evaluate over time and monitor, are we doing better, or are we doing all of this work and not seeing any results and we need to change the program?
Thank you. Supplemental on that? Okay, so I'm just thinking that one of the ways we could measure on a scale is, did you participate in the survey last year, and do you feel that there's been an improvement in terms of making those disclosures? Do you feel more comfortable than last year? If they still are fearful, what barriers do they see that blocks that disclosure, right? So those are my thoughts. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I made a note of your questions.
Yeah, good questions. Thank you, Trustee Leclerc, and thanks for appreciating the presentations. We've been at this for over an hour, and I don't regret 1 second of it, because it's such an important, both presentations, such an important thing, and it will be with us for some time in an anomalous kind of way, right? It's going to be a long tail to this, because as a society, we've experienced a great trauma, and we're still not out of it. So I so appreciate your presentation. Thanks. Any other questions? Do I see anybody else? I don't see any other hands up. I'm going to say that all the questions were answered. I just wanted to make a note, if I could, too, because you did talk about a couple of things. I think 20% response rate, when in my professional capacity, when we have surveys, etc., what I've been told is like the marker's around 17 or something. If you can get 20%, that's actually a really good response. That's, so congratulations on that. You said that it's overwhelmingly female, but our employee groups are they not? So perhaps you could put that in context, what the ratio is, because I don't want it, contextualized where somebody thinks that it might be, oh, it's more female than male. We have more female employees, right? So proportionately, it's probably about the same, as far as recognizing that. There was one acronym, ASIST training.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the training that you were referring to?
No, so that's assist training. And if Sharice is still on the line, she can probably do it better. So that's if someone is in crisis. And so many of our supervisors, managers, and our administrators have gone through assist training. So it's identifying the signs, asking the right questions to an individual. Do they have the potential to harm themselves? Do they have a plan? All those sorts of things. So that would be a piece of it. And then there would be other additional training just about having the conversations, to Trustee Leclerc's point, about being open to having the candid conversation of asking. And it's something that I've learned in my role, being very open to ask somebody, are you struggling with your mental health right now? What is it that I can do to support you? Would I have asked somebody that before? Probably not, because I may have felt uncomfortable and feeling like I would be invading, but I now know I need to ask those questions to ensure that somebody's safe. And if they're not feeling safe, I have a role to play in helping them to get there.
Right. I think that's also a demonstration of how far the anti-stigmatization kind of, campaign. I remember, gosh, it's got to be 15 years. Senator Michael Kirby at the time, on the he was a commissioner on, looking at mental health, and his biggest concern was to get away from the stigma attached. And I think we've made great inroads on that. So thanks for that great work. I also wanted to note that you talked about JEEP, and I did see Employee Assistance Program, but I just didn't see joint. So when you say JEEP, that's our joint Employee Assistance Program. And you mentioned LifeWorks, and that's great. And I look forward to seeing those additional policies and procedures if they come about to us to help, because it is a gap to not have them there. We realize that, we need that. Thanks very much. I really appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Cheers. So we are now on to delegations, and we did approve to hear from Ms. Patricia Poco-Christian. I want to know whether they're there joining us online. They're available.
Am I here? Can you hear me? Am I off mute?
Oh, okay. I do see Perfect. You as a phone number, so there we go. And thank you. Welcome. I want to ask you to let you know that, of course, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And if you could submit your presentation after you're finished, we're in a timely manner anyway, to Ms. Anna Pavia. And that's email's great, anna.pavia@publicboard.ca. That would be great, so that we have it for our minutes and for our consideration after. So, Ms. Poco-Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can I request that Anna, who has been texting me, just send me that email you just mentioned, please? I was not able to type it that quickly. Thank you so much. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Trustee Burgess, Chairperson Higginson, Trustees Aaron Kelly, and Superintendents. I am here on behalf of the Black Council of Windsor, Essex, to address the summer camps, Kika and Nia. Key components of the camps are: they're Pan-African focused, face-to-face camps for Black students, connections to the Black community, culturally relevant with Black-centered art activities, Black speakers from the Black community. There's a quote here that says, participate in daily hands-on activities facilitated by Black community members and Greater Essex County District School Board staff. This last line reads as if non-Black teachers could facilitate the program. Let me be very clear upon starting. Our Black community would love to move forward working in partnership with making this program more reflective of what our community needs, to make sure our Black students are safe and genuinely educated about our vibrant and strong culture by teachers who deeply believe the same. We at least need to ensure that they are invested, full-time supply or retired Black teachers running the camps, classes, and activities. Pan-Africanism isn't something you can insert to mean Black programming. Pan-Africanism, by nature, is anti-colonial, meaning running it out of a colonial institution, such as the board, is contradictory. In-house consultation with Black staff alone is not enough. We are not trying to squash the program. We just realize there needs to be some tweaks. For instance, right now, anyone can teach the Indigenous Focused Summer Camp, and it has caused tremendous harm. Clara Howitt, under the supervision of Erin Kelly, had ample opportunity to bring this summer camp program to the Black community for consultation when we all met on April 20th during our Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee strategy meeting, where the Black Library Resources Initiative was meticulously detailed. I asked Erin Kelly if she had forwarded this extensive list of age-appropriate books on anti-racism compiled by Women of Forward Action, which was emailed to her at the board in the summer of 2020. The response was no. In the same year of 2020, in partnership with Family Fuse, I personally presented and provided a proven method of implementation for the graduation coach programs. Although the tried and proven template models one graduation coach per school, the former Equity and Inclusion Officer hired one graduation coach to oversee our in-risk Black students at 16 high schools. The current graduation coach, I'm certain, would welcome additional graduation coaches and a clear pathway like the tried and proven template provided to the board to ensure the success of a well-selected program. These examples are brought forward to say that our Black community is starting to see a pattern. The board leadership will approve some really great initiatives, yet fail to ensure that the implementation of the initiative is actually adhered to. We have opened ourselves to partnership and consultation in regards to our Black students and staff members. Poor and inadequate implementation of these potentially effective initiatives compromise the quality of services and education that the publicly funded school board is required to give our Black community. More importantly, poor and inadequate implementation causes deep harm and violence to our Black students, as was demonstrated in the initial Anti-Black Racism Strategy Committee meeting of 2021, where Black people's trauma was referred to as heartwarming stories by a superintendent. The board is currently in the midst of an anti-Black racism strategy review. The experiences of Black students and staff are falling on deaf ears if we are back at the table yet again to repeat our Black community's purposeful intent to partner with the board to implement these programs for our students and staff. You cannot possibly know more than the Black community what we need. History has proven this over and over again. Where is this communication disconnect coming from? Who exactly is responsible for allowing these incomplete programs to move forward without consulting with the Black community, who have repeatedly made ourselves available for consultation and partnership? How is it that leadership feels is the best approach, that this is the best approach at this time? Senior leadership is not consulting with the community, even though on numerous occasions you said we have input. You can appreciate our surprise when we discovered this summer camps program for Black students is being proposed for this coming summer, and we knew nothing about it. We were informed yesterday morning, the day before this very trustee meeting. If it was your children being pulled into a broken system that appears to be resisting support from the very community that is existing harm, I'm sure you would understand why we have some concerns. We didn't know. We weren't consulted. The Black community as a whole has not been consulted while we have been at the table with you. Director Kelly has direct access to us when she requires assistance. This same concern and access can and should be exercised whenever something this big is being proposed or implemented for the Black community. A possible total of 150 Black students can be affected. Our Black community needs to be at the table in partnership with the board regarding our Black students and staff. We need to advocate for our people. You cannot possibly know better than us what we need. It has never been your place to speak for what our Black community needs. The litany of recorded violence is record of this. We need a leader who can understand and implement servant leadership for the betterment of our Black students and teachers. Greater Essex County District School Board is in the midst of an anti-Black racism review in which it lays out the harm the school board and non-Black staff inflict on students. How does that translate into a white institution being qualified to run a Pan-African focused summer camp program? There was a commitment to building a different community connection. You're saying one thing and doing another. Here's a great opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to align your words with your actions. In the past, the board has invested time and money to prepare for these summer camps. Planning begins in February for a summer release. This summer camp is coming to the table in May for a face-to-face release in June. Why would a camp of that caliber, why wouldn't we take some time as we do with the others? The optics are questionable and very concerning. Our Black community's concerns that the director will not properly implement this summer camp for our Black students based on history is growing. The creation and implementation of these summer camps speaks to some of the issues and the anti-Black racism strategy in that the board doesn't consider a consultation or partnership in the creation process. Here are some of the questions that come up. What is meant by Pan-Africanism? How is the decision made to specifically run Pan-African focused camps? Who in the board is qualified to approach this camp with Pan-African methodologies or ways of knowing and pedagogies? What is the curriculum and what is the training that these educators will receive to be able to deliver Pan-African pedagogies? Who did the board consult with in the Black community? Internal consultation is not enough. Why wasn't this brought up at the last Anti-Black Racism Steering Committee meeting by Clara Howitt on April 20th in conjunction with the Black Library Resources Project? How will the board demonstrate a trustworthy environment? How is the board ensuring that there are Black teachers running the camps and Black students attending? How do we ensure this will not be another round of what our Black students and teachers have already experienced year-round, which is violence? What kind of anti-Black racism summer training will the Greater Essex County District School Board have for their teachers moving forward? We can make this work, but we need to make sure we're running this properly. Conceptually, our community, we like the idea and emphasize that our concern is with the implementation and the lack of interaction with the Black community to ensure it meets the needs of our Black children. Rather than simply putting this together in a brief 2 months, this would be an excellent opportunity to see what's possible when the Black community works together with the board. I'll repeat this again. We do think summer camps, Makika and Nia, are a good idea. We do want to have this run. Our children will benefit from this. However, we need to work together. We cannot work in silos. We do want the camp. We want it to be successful. Work with us. At this very late point in working with the Black community on anti-Black racism strategic plan, the board should be willing to collaborate with the Black community to ensure this moves forward in a manner and fashion that honors our culture, heritage, students, and teachers. Would the board be willing to collaborate with the Black community to ensure that this moves forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poco Christian. And you will ensure, because there were a lot of very pointed questions, which we will want to have answers for. And you will share that, and Anna Pavia will make sure that you have that email address. Are there questions of clarification for the presenter from any trustees? Any questions? I want to bring to your attention that I should say what Ms. Poco Christian was speaking on was, of course, the Summer Learning Camps 2022 report that we'll be hearing about and referring to on page 6 and 7 of that report, Camp Ikeka and Camp Nia. So we will be getting a report that may answer some of the questions, but are there any questions for clarification now? I don't see or hear any. So I'm going to thank you again very much for the delegation for your presentation. And we look forward to looking at that more closely and to the report that we'll be receiving tonight with that scrutiny in mind. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
We didn't have
Unknown
anybody
participant
listed.
is now exiting.
We didn't have anybody listed on the speakers list this evening, and there isn't any new business for action per se, so we'll go right to the reports to be received, K1, and that is Superintendent Claire Howitt presenting on the summer learning camp, pages 4 to 7 in your agenda package. Thanks, Superintendent Howitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of myself and Superintendent Wilcox and Superintendent Canty, you'll see the report on page 2 to 7 indicating that this summer we have very exciting 8 camps being offered to students across Windsor and Essex County, which include this year, for the first time in over 2 years, a face-to-face camp, some virtual options, a focus on both remedial opportunities in the area of literacy and numeracy, mindfulness movement, healthy eating, support for a focus on language development and French language acquisition, as well as 2 new camps, well, actually 3 new camps that we're very excited about, which is Camp MKK and Camp NIA, which I'd be very pleased to speak specifically about, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm delighted to hear from the speaker and that the Black community is excited about the camps, and so are we. I will share with integrity and honesty about the process that has occurred about the development of these camps. These camps have occurred in Windsor and Essex County for, I believe we're moving into it's either our 11th or 12th year. And in consultation with Turner Consulting in the process of the work with the Black community and the development of the anti-Black strategy, we realized there was an opportunity to provide something to our Black students, in service to our Black students and to our community. And recently, just recently, funding was announced, confirmed from Code for the camps, which is less than was available last year. However, in conjunction with additional funds in support of tutoring, we're able to provide an expansive opportunity for students. We do begin the process of looking at our camps in about February-ish to early March. We're always in the process of planning, but it was through the consultation with Ms. Turner that the idea came forward around the camp for Black students. The process included connecting with some of our staff of lived experience to help guide us initially with that process. And the development of this particular camp of Camp MKK is built on what we've had success with Camp Megazay for, I would say, almost 10 years. It wasn't a camp that we had initially when we initially started. And so we approached several staff as to some suggestions. And Camp Megazay in the last couple of years has supported on celebrating heroes in Indigenous culture and history. And so we decided about the idea of dividing the camp with a primary camp and a junior camp, one with the celebration of heroes in the arts and one with the celebration of STEM. We went to students to help us decide what the name was, and they guided us that they felt that the secondary camp should be named Camp NIA, which is one of the Kwanzaa symbols and is representative of purpose and developing community in order to restore people and traditional culture. And then Camp MKK is representative of the straw mat and symbolizes knowledge and truth and understanding being built. And so the students guided us with the name. And really the decision of the final camps has only happened in the last, I want to say 4 weeks of what we've been trying to put together, again, waiting for confirmation of funding. Postings have been drafted for all of the camps. All of the postings have gone for consultation except for the posting on Camp MKK, which has a posting for a designated lead to help us do this work, which the intent was to communicate and consult with the community with a designated lead filled by a Black individual within our board. And then another posting was written for the staff that would be leading the camp along with, or teaching in the camp along with the support of the lead, with language giving priority for Black individuals in the camp. These postings were recently vetted through HR and through our System Human Rights Advisor. And I spoke to the union this week that they will be going to them for consultation. That's part of our process. So the idea was to hire a lead now to do the work and consult with the community. And the other piece that has happened is that we've reached out to Arts Can Teach, looking for Black artists to support in Camp MKK for grades 1 to 3 with Heroes with the Arts. That's what's been done to date. I am very happy to hear that the community loves the idea or likes the idea and wants to work with us. And that is the intent in moving forward. And that is essentially the process that's gone forward. I don't believe I've left anything out with that specific camp, but that's what's been done to date. And like I said, the consultation with the union was just yesterday by phone, and that these postings would be going forward to them to view, which is part of our process. So we look forward to connecting to the community to prepare the details of this camp and support this camp for our students. Very excited about the possibility. And I also look to my colleagues, Mr. Canty or Mr. Wilcox, if they'd like to add anything else about Camp Discovery or Camp NIA.
Thank you, Superintendent Howard. I just wanted to say also we're in the exact same position. We just are vetting our camp positions through the unions at this point this week, and we will be posting those as well. We're very excited to be offering our Camp Discovery this year, both in person and virtual versions, and happy to support those students who would normally probably be receiving RISE programming and who would have a disability of a learning disability or a mild intellectual disability. So we're very excited to offer those camps this summer.
Thank you, and I'll follow up as well, Dr. Howitt, and thank you for the work that you've done on this. We are also offering the math camp, again, as we did last year, math and mindsets camp for students that are getting ready for the D-Stream math. We also, of course, have the Reaching Ahead for students that are looking forward to doing well in terms of literacy and getting that first high school credit. Thank you for your work, Dr. Howitt.
And if I may add as well, we did a presentation to principals last week about all of our camps. Information went out on Monday morning as to recruitment for camps. There's been a pause on Camp MKK because we need to work through the details of that with the lead and consultation with the community. So thank you very much for the presentation and the commentary. And please know the intent is in service leadership to the community and to our students through the process of working with the community in the development of the anti-Black strategy. We're listening. Thank you.
Thanks very much to you in particular, Superintendent Howitt, and all three of you for presenting. Are there any questions or comments or anything from my colleagues about any of the summer camps? It's a report to be received. We've received it. We don't need a motion. But are there any questions at all? Trustee Hickison.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report and that commentary. I do very much appreciate that, especially answering our delegates' questions, which I appreciate her bringing those questions to us, and I appreciate that this is a bit of a delicate timing situation, although I am hopeful that that consultation will continue to flow through to the community, and that their expressed eagerness for these programs to be successful will be a good relationship for us to continue to foster there. So I appreciate that. On that note, and I know that these generally have a process where we start February, Marchish, and we kind of note the resources that we need. We just had a presentation about staff well-being and work-life balance. I'm wondering what the resource what the approach is for resourcing these with our staff, and whether we have a lot of applicants for these, if there's interest in it. I'm always encouraged that what I've heard year over year is that there's increased interest from our students, and so I'm always grateful to hear that our staff is also willing to give up portions of their summer to support these programs as well, and to see learning happen over the summer. So I'm just wondering if we're seeing the kind of same interest that we've seen from our students, and if if we feel like we're going to be well resourced in all of these camps as we kind of add more and hope to expand them.
Through you, Madam Chair. Last summer, we had about 800 students. We had over 100 staff that chose to apply and work in the summer learning program. Repeatedly, year after year, we are told that it is the best learning opportunity for staff, the best professional development that they've ever had, and the difference that they make for students in a concentrated period of time is simply outstanding. As we've already been starting to get requests about the camps, I get emails regularly that start about March asking from teachers is the camp happening? And so we've been telling people, and actually in consultation with the union, they've been getting lots of requests as well, or I should say they've been getting requests as well. And postings will go out next week. This is staffing week for elementary, and we did not want to confuse those postings with the other postings. So those postings will go out on Monday. It's an exhaustive process putting the camps together. This is, 800 plus students in multiple sites over the summer. It's a massive responsibility to ensure also quality of program. So interviews will start with teachers towards the end of May, and like I said, recruitment for students is happening. So hopefully the interest is there. That's, based on parent interest and student interest, but we do know staff are interested, and we look forward to that opportunity for them as well.
If I can add to that too, Dr. Howard, I know there's been a buzz with the Black staff that I've spoken to about the camps for Black students that that you've introduced. I know they want to be a part of that, and there has been a void in the past. So again, thank you from the Black staff that are really excited about being a part of that.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Just supplemental to that, I appreciate that comment, Superintendent Canty, because that was going to be my question. Was we heard from our delegate, and I know reading I was really excited to see these two camps added to the package, and that was kind of a question in the back of my mind was about whether we have Black staff who are going to be able to teach these Pan-African as she noted, pedagogies and cultural teachings. And so do we feel like we do have those resources available to us? I love that there's enthusiasm. Do we feel like we're going to be able to resource them with predominantly Black staff or all Black staff?
Well, I was delighted to hear, through you, Madam Chair, delighted to hear what Mr. Canty just shared, and that is the intent. I appreciate what Ms. Poku Christian shared in terms of the idea of other ways to source teachers that are representative of the students in that camp, and look forward to that consultation. There's several questions on the agenda to consult with the community, and I really appreciated hearing that one. Looking forward to working with them.
Thank you both very much. And thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. I see Trustee Leclerc. I'm not sure if Trustee Halberstadt had his hand up. Did you? You're muted, Trustee Halberstadt?
Yeah, I haven't noticed a motion at the proper time. I wasn't.
Oh, for later on in the agenda. Okay, Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I'm concerned about is the fact that despite what we believe to be ongoing efforts to reach out and work with the Black community, that we continue to have presentations come back expressing concern about the lack of consultation that takes place before we make announcements or make decisions. So clearly tonight we've heard about this disconnect, and quite frankly, I think the programming is exciting, but it has to be delivered in the correctly. So my question is to the director. What steps are you prepared to take to reach out to the Black leadership and Black community to alleviate any concerns that have that we are going to deliver the program that will meet the expectations of them, because that's critical. That the expectations of the Black community and the Black leaders are engaged and committed to supporting the program. Because if we don't have that support, I question the validity of us undertaking such a step, even though I would hate to lose summer programming. So I just wonder what your response would be to that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to answer that question. Of course, we heard the speaker's concerns this evening. And again, we will be working to reach out and develop a program that would meet needs. The summer program, this is a new program, so we'll be committed to doing that. I know they've obviously been some concerns in consultation with Black staff, but we can reach out to the Black Council and see what concerns they have and where they could participate, I suppose, in helping us develop a program. I think it's essential that we do this. This is something we did with our Indigenous community and revisited and added and made modifications based on their input. So I think that that's the approach that should be taken here.
And just to that, and I'm just wondering about the curriculum itself and the use of the word Pan-African and how that, I guess is my ignorance. I don't understand what that really means. And if somebody could explain it to me.
Yeah, I looked to Superintendent Howitt, who has been working on the development of this. So perhaps you could provide some insight, Superintendent Howitt.
Sorry, in consultation, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I thought maybe I was muted. In consultation with our staff, they suggested identifying as Pan-African, which is really representative people of African descent in the African diaspora, so that it's a wide representation versus a narrow representation. That's what I was guided with, and I appreciated that guidance.
Thanks very much. It's a continent, not a country, right? So lots of different cultures, languages, expressions of being African. I wonder, any other questions from any of my colleagues? I do have a question, and it's for clarification, really. It's about, I guess, the process, how we go about the planning for these. And so much of it is funding dependent, especially when we're looking at a deficit budget in the eye, you know. We don't know where we're going, you know, funding is always a concern. So we've taken this on as an initiative in good faith, but the funding came from code. Now, not everyone knows what code is, Council of Directors of Education, and I wonder if our director could tell us how funding from code comes. Is it from funding that's set aside that is from membership of code, or how does code decide to invest? Because there must be a lot of applications, a lot of need. How did we get code funding?
Code funding is an application, as you indicated, Trustee Burgess, and we are probably the most successful in the province, one of the most successful organizations in the province with respect to getting funding. The funding largely comes from the ministry, actually, and Code is the broker and organizes the funding, but it's a fairly intensive application program, so they evaluate whether the programs have merit. We've done evaluations, we've had researchers in to do to look at our programs, to do substantive assessment evaluation in that area. So actually, we've been extremely fortunate, very thorough on these summer programmings compared to a lot of boards. So we've been very lucky. In fact, both Superintendent Howitt and her colleagues, I believe, and I have as well, done presentations on these kinds of programs because they have garnered such interest here in this community and have been pretty successful as well.
So as our senior administration, senior leader, and you as a member of Code, it's been very hands-on in the application and securing of those funds that you have gotten from the ministry through Code.
Yeah, that would be correct. And I applaud Superintendent Howard and her team because they really have done a lot of the work. And it really is a team of people who are doing that work to ensure that we have an adequate application, that the programs are substantive and is differentiated as noted in the range of programming that is provided. So we've been very fortunate with Code.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. If there aren't any other questions, just a final, comment from my perspective. I just want to say it's so great to see face-to-face in person camps back. I know that they were, they've been sorely missed because we did kind of create the need, meet the need, but create the need too. And I know a lot of folks are looking forward to that face-to-face, and I really appreciate the variety, having it face-to-face, virtual, and meeting so many needs from language to culture to reaching ahead. So thanks very much for all of that work, and we look forward to another update on this before the camps come to us. Thank you. So we're on item L, trustee question period. General questions for anyone, from anyone. Any questions under trustee question period for this committee? Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. My question comes from the announcement by the Windsor-Essex Catholic Board that they're returning back to their schools the partnership and programs with the Windsor Police Services, whereas our board has paused all the programs, and we did get some insight that administration is, I think, not looking to particularly return to any of the successful programs that we had, based on information that's been coming forward from other locations across the country. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that the trustees haven't had an opportunity to discuss and evaluate the success that we've had with long-term programs with Windsor Police Services, and that now the Catholic Board is reinstating the programs after they weren't able to offer them during the pandemic, but now they're bringing them back into the schools. And I know that we have had decades of success, especially with the VIP program and the resource officers that we've had in our secondary schools. And I just wonder if our administration is planning on having any discussions with Windsor Police Services about reinstating some of these programs into our schools or not.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. If I might, I can ask Superintendent Horvath to also respond to this. As you know, we're undergoing an anti-Black racism strategy development, and this was one of the areas that was recommended to review certainly these programs in our schools and how they're affecting students, particularly Black students in our schools. So that is something that I think we need to look at. We do have a great partnership with Windsor Police. We certainly value those programs and the work that they have done, but perhaps that's time for review, and that would be a consideration that we're looking into. And Superintendent Corbeck, I know you've had some discussions. You may want to add to that commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair. Have continued to have conversation and communication with local police services. Certainly, we are not at a point where we are ceasing or ending any programming. It's simply on pause. And I would just like to reiterate what Director Kelly said, that we value the partnership. It's a longstanding partnership, and certainly that communication continues. In fact, I am meeting with police service next week. So still in conversation and discussion and communication.
Okay, thank you.
No supplemental, Trustee Hatfield?
Just, I'm still concerned about when it was announced that we were pausing these programs. It was announced to the media. That's how the trustees learned about it. But there was even a quote from a representative of Windsor Police Services about their strong suspicion that the reason why we were pausing our programs was based on out of town influence and not local conditions in our schools, and you know, suggesting that we weren't really looking at the success that our programs have had, but basing it on what has happened in other communities. And that's still a concern for me, and a concern that Windsor Police Services feels that way about how our board would make a decision. And I don't know if that's being addressed in these meetings or not.
Thank you very much for the question, through you, Madam Chair. Agreed, there is a local context, and some of the discussions with the anti-Black racism strategy research was presented certainly from another lens. And certainly that's some of the things we need to look at in terms of re-examining how we can best use those programs in our schools and make decisions around those. And Superintendent Corbeck, if you want to add about anything on that, feel free to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Director Kelly, and through you, Madam Chair. I can't speak to the comment about information from other areas. The statement that we made was clear that it was a pause, that we continue to value the partnership, that we are engaged in a review of these programs, and at this time, those programs do remain paused. But I can't speak to that comment. That was not a comment that was the position of the board. Certainly, our statement was that we value the partnership. Programs are under review, but at this time, they continue to be on pause.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, any other trustee questions at all before I move to the next item for committee? I don't see any or hear any. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for this committee?
I have one, Madam
Trustee
Chair.
Halberstadt. Trustee Halberstadt, go right ahead.
Segueing on to the discussion that we just had, and my motion will be for the May 17th meeting. In the interest of extending courtesy to long-term community partners, I move that administration expedite its review of the community resource officers and VIP programs provided by Windsor Police Services so as to render a decision before schools open in the fall. I'll pass that on.
Thank you very much. Any other notices of motion for this committee? That'll go to the public board meeting in a couple of weeks. Any other notices of motion? I don't see any hands up. I don't see any. Nope, I think we're good. So now we're on to announcements, and I'm wondering if I can ask Trustee Hickison to guide us through some of the announcements that we have. We have quite a few. May is a big month for not only just education and staff appreciation. I wonder if you could keep us up to snuff with this.
I certainly can, and thank you to yourself and to Trustee Olmsted for helping to draft some of these, and so I'm happy to deliver these announcements. So this week is Children's Mental Health Week, as we've heard, and throughout tonight's presentation and the board's recent release. Oh, I think or Superintendent Wilcox, I think your mic might be on. We'll notice that GECDSB is committed to supporting its students with the appointment of a special assignment teacher for student well-being. The initiative, which is specific to the GECDSB, has been developed using mental health support funding provided by the Ministry of Education. We're quite grateful for that. And Miss Jody Nolan, the teacher, the special assignment teacher, has visited classrooms up to 20 and is booked throughout the rest of the year to speak with students and provide them with ideas and resources to support their mental health and well-being. We've heard that the visits also have benefits for staff awareness and classroom management, which touches on both of our presentation topics tonight. So I'm very grateful for that. Yesterday, Monday, May 2nd, was Music Monday in our school districts across Canada, and we participated in many ways. If you haven't seen the grade 2 class from MD Benny School in Leamington perform Cat Stevens' Peace Train on the board's YouTube channel in celebration of Music Monday, I highly recommend it. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th, is the Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirited People. Let's give some time to honor those who are not among us. As the first year anniversary of those students, mostly children, whose remains were found at former residential so-called schools, will soon be upon us, let's also not ignore the fact that the number is now over 2,100 and counting. The calls to action from the TRC are still very strong in what guides us to those actions. May 17th is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. There's no place for hate, for the fullness of humanity, for people being who they are. May is Asian and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month, and we celebrate with them. And as we heard earlier, May is Speech and Hearing Awareness Month at Greater Essex, and we recognize the opportunity to communicate as a human right. This upcoming weekend, we're celebrating Mother's Day. It's a wonderful time to spend and talk or remember those whose mothering instincts fostered us. Whomever you celebrate, however you celebrate, or if you're on the receiving end of some love and attention, we hope you can make wonderful new memories safely this weekend. And that's all I have.
Well, that was a lot. And thank you very much. And thank you, Superintendent Howard, as well, for bringing some of those things to our attention. I do want to also acknowledge that Trustee Olmsted has been listening in to the meeting. She did join us some while ago. So thank you, Trustee Olmsted, for also being present. And I really, really appreciate that. Any other announcements that weren't covered in that comprehensive list? Any other announcements?
Trustee Burgess, it's Trustee Olmsted. I do have a couple of announcements.
Thank you, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Firstly, I forgot during our last meeting to remind everyone that April was actually Organ and Tissue Awareness Donation Month. This is of critical importance to our family as we are going through an organ donation right now. And I just wanted to remind everyone that your decision to be an organ and tissue donor is really a life-changing gift to a family like mine. And I would implore you to please take the time to register at blood.ca/organs-tissues. And you can take your time to come up with this, decision that you are comfortable with. But I can tell you from very personal experience that this is a decision that a recipient family will not take lightly. This is literally life-saving and life-altering. So please make that decision if you are able. Talk to your friends and family and spread the word. As well, May is Brain Tumor Awareness Month. Brain tumors are often overlooked. They're not quite as common as other cancers, such as lung or breast cancer, but it is of critical importance that we increase awareness and advocacy about the growing number of brain tumors being diagnosed both in children and adults, and that we all become aware of the signs and symptoms of brain tumors. And throughout this month that we wear gray to support all of the brain tumor warriors within our board and within the Windsor Essex County area. There are many. Gray is bold and gray is beautiful and gray is strong. So please wear your gray throughout this month and do what you can to support those in our community who have been diagnosed with a brain tumor. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those two great announcements. Any other announcements from anyone for this committee? Okay, so seeing as we have completed our business, I can call this meeting adjourned, and I can report to the chair of the board that when it comes up for any actions from this committee, that there isn't any action for the public board agenda. Thank you.
I assume that that's my cue to take over. Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I will now call the meeting of the Standing Committee on Operations and Finance to order at 9:10 p.m. I'll note the attendance is the same as the last meeting, with Trustee Olmsted now joining us as well. And then item C, approval of the agenda. I will make note that there is one amendment to the speakers list. There's one speaker this evening, Kim Paluski. So I would ask for a mover for that. And before the trustees start typing in the chat, I am so sorry. I should have mentioned this before I started. For some reason, my chat function is not working. I realized it halfway through the last meeting. I'm a guest. So I'm going to ask that I can see raised hands. So I'm going to ask that trustees raise their hand to move in second and also to comment or just speak up verbally, but I have no chat function. I'm not sure if it's a guest function on this computer or not, what's going on. So, okay, so I ask for a mover for the agenda as with the one amendment. I see Trustee Cheen and Trustee Hatfield. Thank you. Any discussion on the agenda this evening?
Madam Chair, just
yes,
to follow the agenda, you should just confirm the attendance for this committee meeting. That's item B on the agenda.
Yep, I just did, Trustee Hatfield. I'm not sure if you heard that, but I did confirm, and that Trustee Olmsted has joined us.
Oh, okay. I kind of missed that part. Thanks.
Sorry. Yeah, I did though. Yep. Okay, any discussion on the agenda? Trustee Burgess, is that a hand to speak to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I know it's going to be a little bit confusing with the hands, but I appreciate everybody's patience. Okay, seeing no discussion, any opposition? Okay, seeing no opposition, the the approval of the agenda carries as amended. Any declaration of conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item E, approval of minutes. These are the minutes from April 5th, Operations and Finance Committee meeting. Can I get a mover? Trustee Cheen, seconder, Trustee Sartori, thank you. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, any opposition? Seeing none, that carries. And I guess we will go to business arising from the minutes. Any business arising from the minutes? Okay, seeing none. Keep in mind, I can't see the chat, so if there is something that comes up, please just let me know. We will go to presentations. There's no presentations. There were no delegations at the time of agenda preparation. And so we will now go to our speakers list, which, as I mentioned previously, it's Kimberly Paluski. And so I just want to check in with Ms. Malash to see if we have Kimberly on the line.
Madam Chair, it's Sean Mayu. I'm just dialing them in right now.
Okay,
Bear with me.
Sorry, go ahead. I know that we moved fairly quickly, so we'll just give you a minute there.
Unknown participant
Hello.
is now joining.
Hello, is this Miss Paluski?
Yes, it is.
Okay, feel free to go ahead. You have 5 minutes, and I will start the timer. So go ahead.
Good evening, Director Kelly, Chairperson Higginson, trustees, student trustees, and superintendents. My name is Kim Pileski, and I am a proud speech-language pathologist with the Greater Essex County District School Board. Currently, I represent 8 full-time equivalent SLPs, 1.5 communication disorders assistant, 1 full-time SLP temporary contract that may end in June this year. Prior to 2019, we had 10 full-time SLPs. Language isn't just a subject to be taught, it's a medium by which all subjects are taught. On behalf of approximately 10% of students who have speech, language, literacy, or communication challenges, I am asking the board to please ensure the reinstatement of 2 SLP positions. Since 2019, only 9 school boards across Ontario reported a decrease in SLP positions, the Greater Essex being one of those. In 2021, the average ratio of SLPs in school boards across Ontario was 1 SLP to 3,182 students. Greater Essex currently has 9 full-time SLPs, and the ratio is 1 SLP to 3,889 students. With 8 full-time SLPs, that ratio would be 1 SLP to 4,375 students. With our full complement reinstated as it was back in 2019 with 10 full-time SLPs, the ratio would be 1 SLP to 3,600 students, which is not close to the provincial average. According to Stats Canada, Windsor Essex population has grown 6% since 2016 and continues to grow. Our board's strategic plan places students at the center of education and recognizes the many factors that facilitate learning. SLPs, who are regulated healthcare professionals, are the most qualified to prevent, assess, treat, consult, co-teach, and program within the areas of speech, language, social communication, and literacy, which impact a student's access to the curriculum and overall well-being. Our goal is to empower students to read, to write, speak, and listen in ways that are optimal for student success across all environments. SLPs contribute to local, regional, and provincial educational initiatives that align with the current curriculum. We collaborate and lead board-wide committees and special projects. We help develop curriculum-based strategies to address the language learning needs of the students in the classroom to create inclusive, culturally responsive, safe, and accessible communication environments. SLPs elevate the voices of marginalized individuals. We provide an extensive range of services across schools under conditions with limited resources, with service demands outweighing allocated resources and workforce. The recent inclusion of SLPs in the Ontario Autism Program recognized speech-language pathology as the most accessed service for people with autism spectrum disorder. We are among the most qualified professionals to support communication, behavior, and the transition of the rising number of students with ASD. Consequently, our expertise are required to support our students with special needs in the classroom setting. In reference to the newly released information sheet developed by School Mental Health Ontario, students with communication difficulties are at greater risk for developing social, emotional, and behavioral problems, as well as mental health disorders in adolescence. With greater risk come greater issues, such as limited access to the curriculum, social isolation, withdrawal, poor social relationships, along with struggles expressing feelings, recounting experiences, advocating for mental health support. In the Right to Read public inquiry into human rights affecting students with reading disabilities, the recommendations clearly state that school boards should draw on the internal expertise of SLPs who are knowledgeable about the science of reading for systematic and explicit instruction in the foundational reading approaches.
Ms.
One
Blues,
final
just quickly, the timer is up, but I'll let you finish your last sentence there, if that's okay.
In order to ensure the Greater Essex County District School Board delivers a strategic plan and continues to deliver the highest quality of education and positive outcomes, we are requesting your strong consideration to please reinstate and maintain 10 speech-language pathologists who directly support student achievement, communication, and giving our students a voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation this evening. I look to my colleagues to ask if there are any questions of the delegate. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I'll just quickly remind, I can't see the chat, but I assume that there are no questions from my colleagues. So I will again thank you, and also just say that I have a sibling who is an SLP, unfortunately not here, out in Alberta, but I know the importance of the work that you're doing to elevate the voices literally of many of our marginalized students. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I will continue along on our agenda.
Unknown participant is now
and
exiting.
We'll go to item J, new business. There is none. And so we are at reports, and the report on page 7 is the budget survey and public consultation report. And I will look to Superintendent Armstrong to just introduce and any brief points you want to say about this one.
Thank you so much. Through you, Madam Chair. Included in your package tonight is a report to trustees on the 2022-23 budget survey and public consultation. As you recall, when we brought a report back to trustees in February, administration committed to enhancing our public consultation through 3 main initiatives. One was an enhanced budget consultation survey. The second one was a more effective use of social media. And the third initiative was hosting a virtual meeting with the community to share information on the public education funding, the board's initiatives, and the budget process itself. So the report that we've provided you with tonight provides information on the effectiveness of these initiatives based on the first year of implementation. And we've also shared the full budget survey results, including all of the comments that were provided by the participants. I will note there were a few comments that we did exclude if they contained inappropriate language or if they had inappropriate content. So we did kind of tidy up and remove a few items. Administration will review these results in more detail in conjunction with the GSN funding and as part of the budget development process. And we will report back more specifically next month when we provide the draft budget for trustees for consideration. And I would like to specifically welcome and thank Mr. Mayhew, who did a ton of work on this whole public budget consultation initiative. And both myself and Mr. Mayhew are happy to answer any questions or comments that you might have.
Thanks so much, Shelley. Is there any questions from my colleagues on this budget survey and public consultation report? Okay, I see Trustee Hatfield's hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the report. Thank you for all the work that went into the consultation. And I guess I wasn't expecting to see absolutely every comment, but they're there and I read them. And first, I would just like to comment that were a lot of red flags that came up for me in reading the comments. And in particular, there were comments that I could tell you that I have made myself or have heard through the system that go back 30 years. So there are concerns for me that there are still serious gaps in education funding that have been going on for decades, and people are still recognizing that and commenting on it. And I guess to all the people who took the time to participate in the survey, I just wonder how we respond to them to make sure that they understand that we hear the concerns, that we understand the concerns, but often there's not a lot that we can do about it. Because I just, you know, I feel very responsible for education in our community. And, you know, to hear the same kind of concerns coming across through decades and not being able to do anything about it isn't a very good feeling for me as a trustee. And I want to ensure that the public knows that it's not because we aren't listening, but it's because we don't have the means to change it. And that's very frustrating. I mean, when I first started, I did have the ability to change it as a trustee because we set our own budget and we set our own tax rate. And, you know, there was much more accountability at the local level. Now it's virtually nothing. It's just a bunch of formulas where the numbers get plugged in. So I really want to know how we get that message across to the public, because I think it's important that they also, as we do, they also need to advocate at the provincial level for their concerns to be heard. And I want to ensure that that message gets out. I don't know how we do that.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's, I need to think on that a little bit. Certainly when we did the public virtual meeting, we did a presentation. Part of the presentation was tailored around how education funding works, and talked a lot about pieces of it that were very prescriptive. Unfortunately, not a lot of people attended or viewed afterwards the presentation, which I think would have helped explain some of that. I know in speaking with Mr. Mayhew, some of the thinking was when we present the draft budget, that in our budget document, we do something that speaks to the survey results, try and find a way to show where we've been able to link some of that public consultation that we got back to where you would find that in the budget where we've been able to. But beyond that, I think, you know, I need to think about that a little bit more. And I don't know if it's something that we're doing through social media or something where we're communicating back and thanking participants, or like, I mean, half the respondents actually were staff, and maybe it's something we're communicating back with staff as well. But I need to think about that one a little bit more. But that's at least some of the initial thoughts that we had on it.
Yeah, well, I would appreciate if we could give that some thought, because I think it's important to know that these comments aren't being ignored. And if I could, a supplementary, tying into our education committee meeting, where we did talk about the importance of our social workers in our system. And it did come up in the consultation comments as well. And particularly identifying a need for more social workers. That's something that I've also heard for 3 decades at our school board. And I would just like to be reminded, because I will admit that I'm not really clear right now on whether or not we actually get funded for social work positions. I know that for most of the time that I've been a trustee, we didn't get funding, even though we did hire social workers and we were able to allocate the funds for that. I'm sure that through some of the mental health initiatives, some of that money probably goes into funding for social workers. But are we 100% funded? And how can we increase that funding for social workers?
I can answer that through you, Madam Chair. A few years back, there was a specific grant that allowed us to hire a certain number of social workers. I believe with that grant, that number was approximately 3.5 positions. That grant was then moved into the GSN, and we continue to use that portion of the GSN to fund those positions. Beyond that funding itself, I'm not aware of any specific funding in the GSN that is earmarked for social workers.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been for the past 30 years. Yep. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Oh, I do see Superintendent Korbach. Please go ahead. And then after I see Trustee Sartori. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I know it's a bit out of process, but I just wanted to clarify one thing that while we are funded for 3.5, we do currently have 14 full-time social workers, which allows us to have a social worker assigned to each one of our schools. And as a result of some additional ministry funding for mental health supports, we were able to add 3 additional temporary social workers for semester 2 of this year. So we were able to use some of that funding for mental health supports to bolster some of that social work support in our system for the second semester of this year, in addition to those 14 permanent full-time positions.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Korbach. Trustee Hatfield, did you have a follow-up to that, since that was partially a response to your answer or to your question?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions.
Sure, I'm going to go Trustee Sartori, then Trustee Jean, and then Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the budget consultation report as well. I really appreciated the report, as I had expressed. I think the last time as well, when you both had an update, I thought that we were making some really great steps. Maybe it was a little disappointing that there were only 2 people that attended the first meeting out, but I thought I read somewhere, and I was just kind of scrolling the report again, that at the time the report came out, there were 37 views on the YouTube channel of the. I think that's awesome, actually. I think that's really great for a first time out. And just maybe a question as to whether one option maybe going forward and thinking about next year is I think we certainly want to increase in engagement as much as we can and where it makes sense. But would you consider maybe including in the survey what people would like to know about the budget, right? What are your questions, right? How maybe how can we help you understand a little bit more about the budget? Just throw that out there as a question, maybe if that would be a future opportunity that you might see.
Thank you for the question. And through you, Madam Chair, certainly those are great observations, and we've actually reflected back on this because it's our first time actually offering this type of public consultation. So, I mean, we questioned, did we advertise it enough? Was the time that we held the consultation meeting maybe not the best time? Trying to not guess, but trying to, assess what is it that we think people want to hear about it. So certainly I think those are great observations, and we'll take that back as we, redefine and redevelop this for next year. It's certainly not something where we would say we wouldn't want to do it again, just because not that many people participated. It's still a new initiative. And I think it's just something that we need to refine further based on our experiences this year.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question about, oh, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, so Nora, just to add to that, through Madam Chair, I just want to say because this is new, the format in which we did it, we conducted the presentation without having the full responses and analyzing the full responses yet. So as we move forward through this budget process, I think there's an opportunity now where in the past where we've always looked at in the budget document itself, budget to budget, and tried to explain a lot of changes. Rather, now there's an opportunity to focus on what has always been in the budget. What are the issues that we need to draw attention to that are already funded, that have been funded for years, that the community just may not be aware of. You know, we talk about social workers and just how many there are that are not funded, that we're funding through other areas in the GSN as an example. And there's other concerns in there. So I think perhaps next year, as we go through this and in future years, there's the opportunity to draw in on that feedback and incorporate that into the education process to the community, to highlight areas and draw upon their feedback to help inform them of what's happening in the budget. Because I think a little bit of that is just missed in the year-over-year analysis that we do. So there's opportunity there. I think we have, we're constantly looking for that improvement.
That's a really good insight. My supplemental, if I could. Okay, thank you. Was actually, if I could just understand a little bit more about the results of, there was one question in the survey, and now this is one of the things of having the document open on the computer that I'm doing this on. I don't have it printed. There was a 1 to 5 ranking that I think was maybe how helpful the survey was, something like that. And I want to say that the score was 3.5 or 3.3. I think it was a 5-point survey.
On page
so
15,
was it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. And so was number 1. So I'm just trying to understand the scale. Was 4 and 5 the highest score, or was 1 and 2 the highest score? 4 and 5 were the highest.
The way it was presented, it was a 5-star rating. So the more stars, the better. The better they felt about the process.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So if we look at it that way, and again, I don't have it totally open on my computer right now. It seems to me that actually it was wildly supported.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think when we were talking about developing the budget survey, we kept asking ourselves, well, how do we even know if what we're surveying is what people want to be asked about? And so we added that question at the end just to try and get some feedback about the document itself and whether people found it was helpful for them in terms of a consultation perspective. So that was kind of the intent behind that question. So at least it gave us some feedback.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much once again.
Thanks, Trustee Sartori. That was actually my question as well. So it's encouraging to hear that 5 was the higher one, because then if you look, it is skewed more in that direction. So that's encouraging. Okay. So thanks for that question. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I will go to Trustee Chin and then Trustee Halberstam after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see this consultation is very comprehensive, and it has a lot of transparency because all the comments are showed in the report, and I do appreciate, because we see a lot of valuable comments on that and suggestions. That's very good, and I think you did a good job on that. And as for the I have a suggestion regarding the the budget planning, and I see there is one person mentioned collaborative planning, and my thinking is regarding some projects they are kind of repetitive, and between the school boards and between the schools, and for example, like website design. We did a good job this year, and I see that's a very, very good function in the website. But as for the budget, I think it's really huge, and including the maintenance of the website, I think it's over 1 million. And other school board, I believe they. Even with the same company, they develop the same website. I think, is there any way that for our, Ministry of Education to try to, collaborate. And we don't have to pay every board to pay repetitive, because the function of the website are similar. And we can do, part of, change for individual board meet their needs. So in this way, actually, we can save a lot of money. And I just feel, it's too much for every board to pay such a great money to just buy, similar website. And also for lower level, like each individual school, and they have similar, website, and we don't have to pay every, school for developing and maintaining those kind of website. So that makes me think that if we can go more collaborative or more innovative on spending those kind of money, and try to find a way to be more efficient when we spend those kind of budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for the question. I'll start a little bit, the best I can, Madam Chair, and then I'll ask Mr. Mayhew to chime in. I guess, I don't want to get too much specific on the board website. The board went through a procurement process, through a competitive process, and the results of the process resulted in the website that was constructed for the board. So we're very confident in the competitive process that we went through. The board participates in many collaborative purchasing arrangements with the ministry and with other school boards. For example, there's the Ontario Education Collaborative OECM Marketplace that we do participate in, and we leverage off of contracts that the OECM generates, with many boards participating. So it does result in cost savings for school boards to participate in. We often will go together with our coterminous boards on certain collaborative purchases as well. It could be on, maybe Mr. Mayhew will know details. It could be about paper. It could be about chemical management. It could be a number of items where we do participate with our local boards to leverage that process. The ministry has also provided some funding to all school boards for efficiency reviews, and we are actually conducting one in the finance department related to that. We do have reporting that we have to do to the ministry, and they are very keen on identifying process efficiencies for the exact reasons that you have mentioned as ways of finding efficiencies and cost savings. And I don't know, Mr. Mayhew, if you have anything further you'd like to add.
Not much. You hit on a lot, but we do look for every opportunity to collaborate. As an example, I think snow removal is one that we've collaborated with the Catholic Board on in the past, and we still might. We have our policies and procedures to ensure that there's competitive procurement. The broader public service directives help maintain that competitiveness to help us go to market and achieve the lowest cost. We're constantly looking for opportunities to collaborate, as Shelley, Superintendent Armstrong mentioned, and there's a lot of reporting that we do to the ministry that displays the collaborative nature of our spend as well. The ministry's lately has been asking boards to disclose all their collaborative spend, and it has been trying to ensure boards are being collaborative whenever and wherever possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will go to Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is quite a document. I applaud you for putting those questions out there, and it's transparency at its best. But I do have some questions that were raised by the survey. Some of them are fairly insignificant, you would think, but this one gentleman or lady said that a better report card. We need a better report card program, not EDSB. And I don't know if that's a uniform thought, or maybe it's just somebody that has trouble with the technology.
Just before I pass it off to administration, I think Trustee Halbert said some of the comments are not necessarily related to the budget. And while I think that they're always, like, you know, insightful in different ways, I think it's important to recognize that, because I even noticed that some of those comments. So I don't know if it's appropriate necessarily to direct questions around EDSB or a different report card system unless it's from a budgetary perspective. So I'll look to Superintendent Armstrong or Mr. Mayhew if they have a response, but I just think keeping in the context of the budget is important, I guess.
Okay, well, the other question I had was, it says there was 481 comments and at front of the survey, and then 351 near the back. So was there duplications in the people that responded here? Or is it, that's the total, 481 plus 351 on page 18 at the top?
If I'm understanding your question, you're asking why there were 800 and some odd respondents, but only 481 comments. Is that what you're saying, Trustee Halbert?
I'm just wondering if they're replicating themselves.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I can answer that one. There was two open-ended questions. Question 4 asked ask one question, and then those comments are provided, those 481 comments or responses to question 4 were on pages 7 through 39 on table 2. And then question 5 had 351 responses, and those comments are on pages 40 through 59. And those questions were a little bit different in nature, while there might be some overlap in answers.
Okay, but there was, if you add 481 by 3, but plus 351, that's the number of survey respondents there were.
No, I think Trustee Halbert said respondents could leave the response blank. So out of the 800 and some odd respondents, and for question 5, for example, only 351 comments were received. So that means that a person chose not to respond, 450 times or whatever it was, the number. So it's not about adding them together. It's that respondents left things blank out of the total comments. And correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent Armstrong or Mr. Mayhew, but that's how I read that.
That's correct.
That's correct. And as I mentioned, sometimes we chose not to put the comment in the report because it wasn't appropriate.
Okay, I won't go on much longer, but one thing that did catch my radar was on page 18 with regard to tech, and basically says the technology within the wall of the school to teach in person. Funding needs to be increased for technology to help recover the lost, damaged units. In-person learning is suffering now because of this issue. I saw a number of remarks that way about the loss of the technology, our technology. Has that been identified as an issue?
Through you, Madam Chair, certainly we are working through IT and with Superintendent Mills with regards to technology. When we were last year, when we were primarily doing a lot of virtual and remote learning for students, a lot of technology was handed out to students as well as to staff in order to support virtual and remote learning. In some cases, we may have redeployed technology out of classrooms in order to ensure that students had technology to learn in that environment. Now, as more and more students have returned to school, certainly there are issues where we've returned technology to school, but there is loss of technology damage that we are working through the IT department in order to address for the fall when we return back.
Would that be sent to the province, that expense?
we have to fund for it. There would be some funding in the GSN that permits us to use for classroom technology. And so certainly we would maximize the use of that funding. But the balance of that, it would depend on the needs. We'd have to assess that with IT to make sure that we have a complete picture of what might still be required there. And we would have to find funding for it elsewhere within the budget.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll send some more questions. I went through it all, so I don't want to hold everybody up for it's late enough as it is, but thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Halberstadt. Are there any further questions? I'm just seeing a couple of remnant hands by Trustee Sartori and Trustee Cheen, but are there any other questions from trustees? Okay, if not, I have a couple of just quick questions and also a comment. For question number 4, and actually, firstly, I'll qualify this with saying thank you for including all the comments that you could. I really appreciated the transparency, and I actually think it gives us a lot of insight into, you can tell some of them are staff, but also just in terms of general parents and student feedback, which is a little bit different than our school climate survey, for example. This is directly related to needs, I think, in terms of I noted that you coded into themes and you just kind of collected the general themes. I'm wondering how extensive that coding went. And was it just like keywords that were pulled out, or was it just themes that you kind of gathered as you were reading through the comments? And I'm not sure who to direct that to. It might be Mr. Mayhew there. Just looking a little bit more at process there.
I can answer that through you, Madam Chair. I'll be honest, I'm not a data researcher or analyst by any means. I'm an accountant. So what I did use was I used Excel. I loaded all the responses into Excel. I read through every single one. I started to gather common themes. I used words, searches, and various pivot tables and other functionality in Excel to try and drill down on common themes, common words, draw out common phrases, and group them into categories. And I tried to capture, I guess, the top 3 categories in every area, and then highlight some of those comments within those areas. So there could have been some other themes as well that had a few responses, but didn't quite get the level of response as those particular categories that are highlighted there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I was more so curious because I wondered if this list went longer, for example, if there are more themes, more comments, more specific wording that we could do that. And the reason why I share that as well, or I asked that, is because, and this is kind of in line with Trustee Sartori's comments, I wondered if that would help both our consultation with the public, what questions need to be asked, but also in what needs to be presented. I thought about things that, are really outside of the purview of trustees to be able to support, but in other things that we can advocate for or support from a budgetary perspective. And so even knowing just all the general buckets that people said, and if there was, overlap with those quote unquote funding envelopes, I just thought would have been maybe a next step for us in terms of even further analysis for our own kind of sake at the board level, but also for you in terms of how things could be presented. So that was my reason for asking. It wasn't to check your process or anything like that. It was more so just to say, were there all these other themes that maybe we could understand a little bit more in terms of that. So that was kind of my question there. And I think that was it, because my other questions were covered. Again, I want to thank you for your work on this. I know it was a new process for this year, and I think it brought a lot of transparency to our process, our budgetary process. And I think my only other comment here would be, it would be really great to see how these comments and these responses link to our final budget that gets presented in June. And so I'm not sure if you're thinking that way, but I know for me, if I'm seeing, technology resources as being the, second largest theme here, and understanding how our budget is supporting that and where, we're at right now and what that looks like for next year, what the province, where the gaps are in those things as well. I think those things are of interest both to us as a board, but also the public, in knowing that, we have a gap here, or here's what we're doing to solve that gap based on our ability, as you mentioned earlier with the social worker example. I think that those types of things are really important from a presentation perspective in June. So I'll leave that suggestion there for you on the table as well. So thank you both for your work on this. I know it was really interesting, and I appreciate this level of detail. So thank you. Are there any other? Oh, I see. I don't know if this is a remnant hand from Trustee Sartori or if this is a new hand, but I see Trustee Sartori and then I see Trustee Burgess before I go on. Okay, I'm going to assume Trustee Sartori was not for this round, so go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Sorry, ma'am. Madam Chair, I thought I would have it covered, but not to speak after you, in other words, but thanks for letting me speak. I just want to concur with all the comments that have been made. I think that this has been an overwhelmingly successful exercise, a grand improvement from prior public consultation pieces, because we actually have something that we can look at and analyze. And as you said, it really focuses us on our questions for the budget process. My question, I guess, would also be, is there, or maybe I can just comment, I can see that there are things in here that require provincial advocacy rather than just local decision making, because it's not necessarily in our purview to, change something that is a funding model or a funding restriction or whatever. So I'm just going to put my OPSPA director hat on and say that there are things within this that are very clear that the public doesn't necessarily know, that we can't change it on a dime for our budget in June, but we sure as heck can focus on it and put our advocacy there at the OPSPA table, and that obviously goes straight to the ministry and whomever forms the government, etc. That will remain as advocacy going forward. So I'm going to glean through and pick those things out too, and just have them on deck as well, so that when we do send our inevitable perennial letter that accompanies the budget, when we go through our ugly list and we see that the things that we would like to do, but we can't do, that they're there and that we can advocate then and going forward. So I just wanted to say that this process, having this list and those public questions really help. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Burgess, for putting a finer point on that and also leveraging your provincial role as our OPSPA director. I think that's kind of hitting the nail on the head as to my comments as to all of the themes that could come out from this, and where we can leverage our role as a board to advocate provincially as well. So thank you for that comment. So I don't see any other questions on this report. So I will continue along. Again, thank you, Superintendent Armstrong and Mr. Mayhew. It is much appreciated. And I will move along to trustee question period. So are there any questions from trustees at this moment? I think we might have gotten all of our questions out in the last committee meeting. So I can't see the chat, but I'm going to assume that, oh, I see Trustee Higgis in there. No question. Okay, I will go to notices of motion. Okay, seeing no notices of motion, we're at announcements. Any announcements? Yes, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My announcement is around community use of schools. We have a unique facility in our school board, and it's called Migration Community Hall. And it has a unique relationship in that there was capital raised, and there's a board that governs the after school, outside of school use, community use. And we have on Migration Community Hall various streams of revenue to keep the lights on and robust and have those functions that they like to promote. So the artistic, performing arts, athletic, recreational, educational, community use, and make that open to not-for-profit and community and for-profit agencies. With the pandemic and the closure of Migration Community Hall because we're under school board rules for opening. It's a great place for students to convene. We've lost a lot of revenue over the last 2.5 years. So my announcement is that right now, as we speak, there's an online fundraising auction via Max Sold. That's MAXSOLD.com. And it started on Monday and will be going till May 10th. And anybody who wants to look at the approximately 70 items online can bid. All proceeds go to keeping the lights on, keeping the phone running, keeping seed money so that we can do those things in the future, offer those blood donor clinics and concerts and athletic activities, all of those things. So maxsold.com, take a look. If you click on it, you'll see probably a blue bike. It'll say seller managed. Get an account, and there's some great things that very, very generous community sponsors have donated so that we can raise some money. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Trustee Burgess, for your advocacy there. Are there any other announcements from trustees this evening? Well, I had two, but they were both covered in the previous committee meeting, so I will not cover them again, except the one that is May is Speech and Hearing Awareness Month, as per our delegate this evening. So I think it's worth reiterating again here. So if there are no further announcements, I will adjourn this committee meeting at 10 o'clock exactly, and I will pass it back over to Chair Higgison for the public board meeting.
Impressive. Thank you very much. All right, so we're back on our public board meeting agenda. We will be at E, declarations of conflict of interest. Anything for our public meeting agenda this evening? Any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing and hearing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. Trustee Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have one, F1 under personal. Do I have someone to move that, please? Trustee Higgison, and seconder, Trustee Burgess. And anyone opposed? I don't see anyone opposed, so that passes. Thank you, Chair Higgison.
Thank you. All right, going down to G, approval of the minutes of our public board meeting on April 5th. I am seeing, I'll pop open this part here. Trustee Sartori has moved those minutes. Do I have a seconder for those? Trustee Olmsted, thank you very much. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing and hearing none, anyone in opposition to the approval of those minutes? And that passes. Thank you, trustees. Any business arising from those minutes? Any business arising from the minutes of April 5th? Seeing and hearing none. Recommendations from the standing committee. We do not, to my recollection, have recommendations from our standing committees this evening. I appreciate the reports, all our delegates and speakers list attendees and our presentation participants again this evening. So thank you very much for that. Any notices of motion for in here? Any notices of motion, trustees? Seeing and hearing none, I will adjourn our meeting at 10:03. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.